Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay on an overreaction Monday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Oh, yeah, baby. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please give your love and business to all these incredible sponsors around our faces. And please like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel so that we can continue to grow. And if you're listening to us on the app, which hopefully every single person who's listening to the sound of our voices has downloaded the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. It is so easy. You take us anywhere you go. You just hit the app and boom, there we are. Talking to you, hanging with you, chilling, chopping it up. And you can play along on the CODA text line, the Circuit of the Americas text line, 512-222-9328. Zay, how you doing, my man?
My brother, doing great. Happy St. Patty's Day, everybody. You see, boy, festive out here with my green on and stuff, feeling good. You see the smile on my face, like best time of the year. It's the best time of the year. Yesterday, I was a nervous wreck. Now I'm feeling high and mighty. Got my bracket filled out. Texas baseball at Stark Vegas sweeping. Texas women's softball out here blasting Florida in 2 games. Play another one tonight to get the sweep in. Texas men's basketball in the tournament. Xavier coming up. Texas women overall seed in basketball. I mean, come on. Life is good. Life is great. How you doing, my friend?
I mean, I am doing great. Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody. I mean, it's just an excuse to drink. Day drink. It's I don't know. But you're right, Zay. I mean, it was loaded this weekend. Tons going on. Where do we want to start?
I mean, feel like we have to start with the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get it out there.
Let's get it out there.
The men's tournament, the women have a chance to win it all. Now, they are in the same half as South Carolina, but they would be playing in Tampa, not Columbia or Greenville, South Carolina. We'll get to the women in a minute because that is something. But the selection committee putting Rodney Terry against Sean Miller again, this time to get into the round of 64.
Yeah, I saw you being petty on Twitter, man. I saw that.
Well,
talking about awkward. What do you mean by that? What's that mean?
I'll tell you what I meant. I reported last Thursday in the Insider at horns247.com that, according to a source very close to the situation, Chris Del Conte was looking hard at Sean Miller when Rodney Terry and Sean Miller played in the Sweet 16 2 years ago. That, if Terry hadn't won that game and gotten to the Elite Eight, that Sean Miller very well could be Texas's basketball coach right now. And now here's Rodney coaching for his job again, having to face Sean Miller. Like, it's just too ironic. The committee is, man, they don't miss a thing in terms of putting drama. I mean, this is my man Zay, TMZ. This is TMZ type drama.
Oh, yeah. It's right up my alley. Right up my alley. Especially after this picture that Texas men's basketball put out when Texas got announced in the big dance. Boy.
I knew you'd be. I can't see that picture yet, but
I haven't. For some reason, it's not coming up. I don't know why.
So I'm sure you're about to show the picture of like the whole team celebrating and Chris Del Conte looking like he's puzzled.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not popping up. I don't know what's going on. I guess we're having technical difficulties here at TSU, but it's okay. We'll get it up. We'll get it up.
It's a picture that could live in infamy, but
there we go. There it is. Look how happy old Rodney Terry is, hugging some random child. I don't know who the kid is. I'm sure it's one of the sons of somebody part of the program, but you could see in that bottom right, Chris Del Conte, which it's just a flick. He could have smiled right after this. He could have smiled right before this. It's just ironic that this is the picture that was taken and used by Texas men's basketball social media team. And, Longhorn fans, they saw it. They ran with it. So I'm not putting anything, to this at all. I know Chris Del Conte is very happy that this Texas men's basketball team's in the big dance because he wants the Longhorns to succeed. But with everything going on, this picture is funny as hell.
Oh. I mean, if Sean Miller is still under consideration, you want awkward? What if Rodney Terry beats Sean Miller and then turns around and loses to Illinois, and Rodney Terry's still on his way out, and Sean Miller is the guy that, Chris Del Conte chooses? Takes a little luster off of it, but it's just so per se Hilton. I mean, let's just get down to it. As soon as I saw Xavier lost to Marquette and they were rumored as bubble, last team in, last team out, I was like, man, there is a chance if these two teams get in that they could face each other in a first 4 game. And here we go, Wednesday night. Rodney Terry versus Sean Miller, part 2.
Yeah.
Or with the winner being the coach of the Texas Longhorns in 2026. No, I'm just kidding, man. Come on.
That's a wild thing to say.
That's
hey, it's time to go on that run though, Chip. We were talking about this team not making the tournament a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Here we are. This isn't the same Texas team we were talking about all year long. Things have changed. Draymond Mark playing your point, that has changed the game. Kendall Weaver coming back, that has changed the game. I know people might not remember because Texas did end up losing to Tennessee in the SEC tournament up in Nashville, but did you see Caden Shedrick dunking off fools? Caden Shedrick, Zach Fremantle, Xavier's best player, 6'9", 30-year-old center that they got. The dude's 6-year senior, so he's up there, 24, 25 years old. He's old as hell. Caden Shedrick, we need the game of your life, bruh. That's the matchup. That's the matchup right there. Now, you got to worry about different guys like Ryan Conwell, who's a problem. Ask Marquette, who he gave 38 to in Madison Square Garden in the Big East tournament. Like, Xavier's solid. They're a really solid team. Breaking down the film of them last night and the film this morning, they are a really solid team that's playing some really good basketball. Won 7 in a row before that loss to Marquette in the Big East tournament. Sean Miller, there's a reason why CDC is considering him for the job. If certain things happened, the dude could coach. The dude knows what he's talking about. Again, they're not world beaters, but they're a team that can make a serious run in the tournament because they played some good basketball as of late. So, yeah.
Hey, 2 teams from the first 4 have made it to the Final 4. One of them coached by Shaka Smart at VCU in 2010.
Oh, Shaka.
That was a loaded team put together by Anthony Grant, not by Shaka.
Damn.
Shaka took over Anthony Grant's team. Let's not get it twisted. Kind of like RT took over Chris Beard's team. But, hey, this time he's playing Sean Miller with his own team.
That's right.
That he assembled.
That's right.
With his culture. His hand-picked players. And now, will Tremont Mark playing the point? Kendall Weaver back in action? Mr. Energy? Maybe these Longhorns discovered a little something.
Yeah.
Maybe they got a little magic in them.
That's what this time of the year is all about, man. You know, going back to the game against Tennessee this past Friday, I didn't like the coaching move that Rodney Terry had with the game plan against Tennessee. You know, you went off to the wedding and Cole Thompson joined me, and I was talking about it throughout the game. Why the hell would you put your worst perimeter defender in Jordan Pope on probably the best shooter overall in the SEC in Chaz Lanier to start the game? That's just insane to me. Chaz Lanier went on, had 19 points in that first half?
It was 6 of 8
to start. Yeah. Just got in an easy rhythm. Like, he sees right over Jordan Pope. All he does is elevate. Jordan Pope's down here. That's a clear shot to the rim. No contest. No nothing. He hits a few, but all you need is a couple of shots to get a rhythm. And he got that rhythm. And even though it was a 3-point game going into halftime, now you put all your focus on Chaz Lanier because he killed you the first half. Here comes old Mighty Mouse, Zakai Ziegler, who takes over the game in the second half. And you end up letting it get away from you. I'm telling you, Rodney Terry, it's okay to mix and match your lineups. Coaches hate that for some reason, Chip. They don't like change. Some do. Some are willing to do it, you know, but the great ones do whatever it takes. Ask Nick Saban about if he should have left Jalen Hurts in the national championship game where he was struggling and left Tua Tagovailoa on the bench. He ain't do that. He said, yo, lefty, Hawaiian, get in the game. Win it for us. Look what happened. Nick Saban got another championship under his belt. Change is okay. If you have somebody as crafty as Ryan Conwell that you have to match up with, which has one of the prettiest left-handed releases you're going to find. You know I love those lefties, Chip. They're different, real different. It's a different guard. They move different. Everyone's used to playing against righties. You play against the lefty, especially in a one-game series, which if you look at Ryan Conwell, nobody knows him better than Jason Kidd and Julian Larry, who played with him last year at Indiana State. They were all teammates together. So hopefully Julian Larry and Jason Kidd are giving Rodney Terry the 411 on, hey, we know this guy personally. Let's be a part of this game plan on how to stop him. Now, he's in a new offense and philosophy with Sean Miller, but still, there's things that you could take from time playing with someone and knowing someone, and you could apply that to the matchup that we got Wednesday night. But I'm starting Kendall Weaver in this game. I'm not going to waste any time. Jordan Pope, this isn't you failing in any way. This isn't you getting demoted. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Jordan Pope, who was very emotional yesterday when he found out the Horns made the first 4, if he's all about winning, he should understand that this is what comes with it. Because Tennessee getting off to that hot start, even though you were down by 3 at halftime, you knew where that game was going, with Texas playing 3 games in 3 days and Tennessee playing their first game of the tournament. You just knew that, yeah, Texas, they're not going to have any legs once the second half comes around. Tennessee's going to take advantage of that, and that's exactly what happened. Rodney Terry, you don't got time to leave Jordan Pope in there because you like the guy. I don't know what the matchups would be if Jordan Pope continued to start. I feel like Tremont Mark now playing point, that's a lot of responsibility to put on him as the orchestrator of your offense and the defensive stopper for one of the best guards in the nation in Ryan Conwell. But you can negate all those issues if you start Kendall Weaver along with Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson, Arthur Kaluma, Caden Shedrick. Throw that lineup out there. Jordan Pope's came off the bench at times this year before. He's playing a lot better than he did earlier in the season. Jordan Pope should be fine. But don't make the mistake by putting Jordan Pope on Ryan Conwell, and now Ryan Conwell's hitting you for 30, and you're on your way out of the tournament. I mean, this is a home game. I don't know if y'all saw my tweet, like Zay_Collier on Twitter. It's 51 minutes of a drive from Cincinnati, Ohio, where Xavier University is, to Dayton. It's a home game for them. It's going to be raucous. It's going to be tough. So you don't want to let the crowd get into it. This is one of the best three-point shooting teams in the nation at 38.8%. They light it up, which gives a lot of room for Zach Fremantle to work on the inside. So don't overthink it. Kendall Weaver's back. He wants that type of challenge. You need that defensive presence on a player like Ryan Conwell. If you make that move, Texas has a good chance of winning that game. If you continue to start Jordan Pope, I think you're doing your team a disservice there. And hey, they could still win it, of course, but I wouldn't want to put myself in that hole early, especially being on the road against a Xavier team that's playing with a lot of confidence right now.
And playing, 40 miles from their campus?
So I'm saying 51 minutes, that ain't nothing. That's an easy drive.
That's an easy drive. Yeah, man.
And they've played in that arena before. They've played there before, Chip. They scrimmaged Dayton before the season started. So they know the goals. They know the atmosphere. Like, Texas has a disadvantage there. So RT and the Sean Miller chess match, it has to be on point. It really does. And again, Xavier, you can't take them lightly. I know Sean Miller's still pissed off for that Sweet 16 loss a couple of years ago. Like, I know he still is. He's a competitor. So I like a lot of pros for Texas when it comes to having the advantage against Xavier, but also I can see where Xavier could go out there and embarrass UT. I see both sides 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this game is for a first four game. For those who are really following it, this game has so much significance. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, I'm all in on this game. And I think RT knows it.
Oh, yeah, he know.
I think RT knows it. And so you're gonna see two coaches trying to scheme it up as good as they can. Yeah. Watch out. This will be high drama in the first four for reasons unknown to most of the country. But man, Wednesday night, 8:10 on True TV?
Oh, True TV. So no Impractical Jokers. We're going with the games, huh? Because that's all True TV shows, and Impractical Jokers. Those jabronis wilding out.
Depends on how the game looks.
I'll take it.
Yeah. This is gonna be good. Yeah. So if Texas wins, they beat Xavier. They play Illinois. No Terrence Shannon Jr. on that Illinois team this year, Zay. Have you watched the Illini? I've not poured myself into Brad Underwood's team. Brad Underwood a coach who'd probably listen if Texas called.
Yeah. They're solid. They're solid. They got that Lithuanian cat, Yakachunas. He's like a great value, bootleg ass knockoff Luka. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you. That dude.
How much of a bootleg ass?
Super bootleg, because Luka's that damn good, but you know that means something though. Like he has all the intangibles and he has that Luka type of bag. That's how he plays. Like great vision, tough shot maker, makes everyone on this team better. Not crazy athletic, but it'll be interesting to see who goes first in this year's draft, Yakachunas or Trey Johnson. Or, I don't think those guys are going to be the first overall pick. That's for Cooper Flagg or Ace Bailey and Harper after that. But after those three guys, Yakachunas and Trey Johnson, these GMs are going to have to decide, what does our team need more? Do we need like a scoring shooting guard in Trey Johnson, or do we need a 6'6" point that could do everything, but not as athletic as some of these great athletes that we see in the NBA? Like Yakachunas, he's one of my favorite players in college basketball. That dude could ball, and he's only 18 years old. So, yeah, if Texas did advance, that would also be a very tough matchup against the Fighting Illini.
Well, we've got my man Zay has already filled out his bracket, but you can join our Texas Sports Unfiltered bracket. Just go to our social media, Texas Sports Unfiltered on X, TS Unfiltered is the handle. It's pinned, and you enter for free. It's right there at the top of, it's pinned on all our social media, TS Unfiltered, for a chance to win a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV.
Boy.
Courtesy of our friends at Audiovisual Consultations.
What up, Tom?
Tom, we love you, Tom. Tom is the man. Tom makes everything fun.
Yeah.
So just go to our socials, TS Unfiltered, and get in for your chance to win a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV. Come on. Zay's already got his bracket filled out. I'm way behind.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're a busy man. Gotta sling out them articles on Great Horns 24/7. So I understand. But yeah, I don't feel good about it at all. Every pick, I was making this face.
Well,
like I'm constipated or something. Like this.
Doesn't it feel wide open?
Yes, it does.
Like the last couple of years, you were like UConn and everybody else,
right?
But this year, I mean,
and I always try to go off those big time stats when it comes to the tournament. You try to do your due diligence and research and stuff. And even
which big time stats? Because some people go by defense, some people go by 3-point shooting, some people go by lack of turnovers.
Right. So my favorite stat is since 2001, 96% of the national champions have had a top 21 offense when it comes to KenPom. Since 2001, 91% of national champions have had a top 31 defense, according to KenPom. There's only 8 teams that fit both of those stats. Houston, Tennessee, Duke, Gonzaga, Iowa State, Florida, Wisconsin, and Auburn. So since 2001, those 8 teams, those are the teams that stand out the most, in my opinion. I have one of those teams winning it all in Florida. Florida, man, what they did to Tennessee in the tournament, what they've done these last few games, they're scary. Walter Clayton Jr., he's the best point guard in the nation. Todd Golden, even after all that weirdo stuff that he was a part of early in the season when they thought that fool was a straight up stalker, nobody's talking about that no more. Like, that dude's team is an absolute juggernaut. They got the size. Their bigs are coming along. They got a 3-headed monster and Clayton Jr., Martin, and Richard, who seem to all dominate at different times of the game. Their defense has been money. Cogden has been good. They got an African brother down low, which you know how I feel about them African brothers. Oh, Shinlulu, I don't know how you say his name, but he's from Nigeria. Like, Florida looks really good right now. So, again, we never know. You can flip a coin on a lot of these games, especially these 5-12, 6-11 seed games. Like, the nitty-gritty, that's where it's very difficult. Who knows how Cooper Flagg's going to look when he comes back? They're expecting him to play, but, man, his head was above the rim, and then he came down on that ankle. Like, that's – I don't know how you just turn around like that, and the next week you're 100%. Duke's good enough to go to the Sweet 16 without him, as we saw in the ACC tournament, like Knipple and those guys. They can really play, but – yeah, you never know. No team that's lost 3 of the last 4 has ever won a national championship. That's Auburn. Auburn's lost 3 of the last 4. So it's the SEC. And when you have 14 teams that make the tournament, a tournament record, I think that stat gets a little murky, but it's still a true stat there. So how do you feel about Auburn with their ups and downs, and Bruce Pearl going on the 4-letter network and saying our team ain't no poontangs, basically? But he didn't say it like that. He didn't say it like that at all. So it's tough, man. I got a lot of upsets too early on that I don't feel good about, but somebody has to do it. Like, this tournament, as you said, Chip, it is wide ass open. The team who wins it all, they're going to feel really, really good about themselves, because any given night you could go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And look, Rodney Terry's says, hey, we're finally healthy. We had 3 games in SEC play where our guys were all playing together. Kendall Weaver missed 15 games. Now he's back. He's bouncing around with energy. Tremont Marks playing the point. It gives Texas a different look. And let's see. We'll see what Rodney Terry and Frank Haith and the kids have in store. Florida is scary. Florida is scary. Is Brad Underwood a possible candidate? Yeah, he's a possible candidate. I don't know if he's up high, but I think he's on the list. What we had a question here asking about well, I mean, where was it? Never mind. I think yeah, James, I wasn't sure what he was saying here. So Shaka ain't nothing, huh? Shaka was, when he got to Texas, he tried to change what he was doing from VCU.
Stupid.
And part of it was because he inherited 7-footers, which he really didn't have at VCU. He had a bunch of 6'7", 6'9" guys who could all press full court. You're not going to press full court with Jared Allen and Cam Ridley and Prince eBay. But I think it knocked Shaka off of his bearings. I've said a million times, if you take a job at Texas, it does not matter what sport. If you don't know exactly who you are, exactly how you're going to approach things, and have a process that you know is successful, and you're trying to find your process at Texas, you got no chance. This place will eat you alive because the expectations are too much. You've got to be super convicted in your approach. And because Shaka was trying to become a coach with big men, he wasn't the same coach that he is now. And what's good is, look, he learned, he developed calluses, he goes to Marquette, and he's doing his thing. At Texas, it wasn't happening. Guy didn't win an NCAA tournament game here in 6 years. That's tough.
That's
tough.
Horrible.
Rodney Terry won. Rodney Terry got to the Elite Eight last year, got to the round of 32.
That's right.
So let's see what RT can do. But even now, Shaka's not going deep in the NCAA tournament. He's been doing well in the Big East. Beat Xavier in the Big East tournament by 2 points. A little irony there too, but
just a little bit.
Just a little touch. Good God.
Just what
a carnival. What a carnival this Texas basketball coach situation. What?
I got Shaka losing first round, y'all. Sorry.
Who's he playing?
They got New Mexico. Oh, young Patino, Richard.
Ooh. Even without JT Toppin?
Yeah, even without JT Toppin, man.
How far you got Tech going?
I got Tech Elite 8, which hurts my stomach a little bit. I don't like it. You know, I giving Tech that much love. But yeah, I got Tech beating St. John's. That's going to be a movie if they play. Because I like St. John's a lot, but old Toppin, yeah, I got Tech Elite 8 losing to Florida. But
yeah, that sounds about right.
I had to renege a little bit on that. You remember my statement on Ole Miss losing first round? Yeah, I had to change that up. I lied, y'all. I apologize. That was
well. You had to see the bracket.
Yeah, I had to see the bracket. When the bracket came out, I was like, oh, okay, Ole Miss. They do all right. Because the thing is, with Ole Miss, they're a 6 seed. They play the winner out of San Diego State and North Carolina, which North Carolina, that's the talk around all of college basketball right now. How the hell did they get in? West Virginia, I feel so sorry for you because it feels like a straight hoax. Like, it just, what a screw job. Old Bubba Cunningham, I guess the head honcho of the committee who chooses who gets in the tournament or not. He's a big part of the athletic program at his alma mater, North Carolina. How bootleg is that? And supposedly he gets a bonus if North Carolina makes the tournament.
Oh, Lord.
Are you kidding me? That's the sketchiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like the West Virginia governor, the governor of the state came out and said, yo, we got a problem with this. I need to see what's going on. This is ridiculous. Like, I've never seen anything like this before. And how they tried to get around it, Chip, is also bogus because they were saying Bubba Cunningham, when selecting North Carolina to be the last team in the first four, he wasn't in the room when the rest of the committee was deciding this. But we know our boss, who's going to get a bonus from this, we know where he went to school. We know how much it would mean to him. Then Bubba Cunningham, it wasn't like he was even trying to hide it. He goes on the four-letter network. He goes on your employer, CBS, when the bracket came out yesterday. He's wearing a freaking North Carolina blue tie and like a North Carolina blue jacket. And it's like, bro, you ain't even trying to hide it. North Carolina had one quad one victory all year long. West Virginia had 6.
That's crazy.
Like, I get it. Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, James Worthy, Antoine Jameson, Sam Perkins, Dean Smith, Roy Williams. I could go on for hours naming legends that went to North Carolina. It doesn't excuse it. I've never seen anything like it. It's so bogus, man. The ACC was trash this year. Trash. That's what scares me about Duke too. Like, how tested was Duke? They played a really good non-conference schedule, but as of late, especially with Cooper Flagg, him being iffy, is he going to be 100% or not? How do you trust the Blue Devils with that whack-ass ACC? Bubba Cunningham, you should be ashamed of yourself, bro. You don't need all that. You don't need that bonus. I know your wife probably enjoys it, but man,
Joe K's right.
Fans.
Joe K said everyone hates North Carolina getting into the play-in. Took some heat off of Texas.
Yo, Texas was the first 4 out of the first 4. They were the first ones.
They were the highest seed in the first 4.
Yeah.
They be repping in that first 4.
Hey, the brand goes a long way. A&M been hating, which A&M got y'all losing first round. Sorry. Them boys out of Yale, they ain't playing with y'all. You kidding me? Absolutely not. A&M has a horrible draw. Horrible. That 4-13 seed, that's a horrible draw. Because them boys from the Ivy Leagues, you know they're going to outthink them. You know that's a part of the game plan. We just going to outthink these Aggies, man. They don't have the IQ like us. We going to come in, play great basketball, belt to ass. You know what I'm saying? They got that Ivy League Player of the Year, Bez Mongbeg. I can't even pronounce his name. All their dudes, I can't pronounce their names on Yale. But they can hoop, though. They can hoop. So if I'm an Aggie fan, I do not like my draw at all. That's Yale's tough, real tough. So, yeah, that's one of my upsets early. Also because I'm petty as hell. But you got to play at least one of those 4-13 seeds as a loss. And I'm sure all Texas fans that are filling out a bracket, it's more than too easy to make A&M the one that has to go down.
So Yale is one of these 3-point, spread the floor, bombs away.
Yeah, they do a little bit of everything, you know. They do a little bit of everything. But, yeah, they ran through Ivy League. 22-7. Yeah, they have no fear when it comes to playing a team like Texas A&M who can't shoot well. Like, all we got to do is box out. All right, we'll take it. Like, and the games that A&M shoots well in, they don't necessarily win those games. Look at both of their losses against Texas. They hit over double-digit threes in both of those games. The only game where they struggle from the three-point line, they beat Texas by 20. So that's not necessarily a key to success for the Aggies. You know, like, that's that Yale A&M upset. Yeah, well, that's too easy.
The first thing I saw when I looked up Yale, they got a 6'6" guard who's averaging almost 20.
Yeah, how you pronounce his name? Polonakis?
Pulakidis.
John Pulakidis.
I mean, they got some length.
Yeah.
They got a 6'7" guy averaging 15.4. They all hit the boards.
Yeah.
You know, those overachieving dudes, bunch of white dudes, but they got a brother.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have a couple.
They got Bez Bang. That's a brother from Potomac. 6'4" guard averaging 13.4. Bez Bang.
Okay, the M silent. Okay. Yeah, where he get that name from? All right. I feel him. I mean, they're playing in Denver too, so that altitude gonna be hard to breathe. Buzz, you better get them in early so they can get acclimated to that climate. Because that altitude, you run up and down the floor a couple of times, you think you're good, and all of a sudden, you huffing and puffing. That's affecting your jump shot. You don't want to crash the boards as hard. I'd be shocked if Texas A&M won that game. That's saying a lot. I know. And again, y'all know I'm petty. I gotta be. You know I'm petty. Like, I love seeing A&M lose this weekend. Alabama baseball. Did they get swept? I think they got swept too.
I think so.
Oh, the brooms. They got the brooms out on them. Meanwhile, Texas going on the road in Stark Vegas. I know it's 7-inning games back to back, but hey, a sweep's a sweep. Like, Schlossnagel's doing his thing.
I mean, okay, let's talk a little Texas baseball for a minute because and real quick, James says Buzz Williams wants out. That's what I hear. I hear Buzz Williams is like not feeling it with the AD there, Trev Alberts.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you don't think Buzz and Jim Schlossnagel have conversations?
Right.
You don't think Buzz got Schloss's number on speed dial and they're not discussing what's really going on there? Absolutely. Like, I'd be upset if I was Buzz too. For one, it's College Station. It's not like waking up in the morning and going outside. You feel great about your environment and your surroundings. Let's just keep it a buck there. Then now you got an AD that's shown that he's probably not on the same page as the guys that are out here with their hard hats on working every day, i.e. Jim Schlossnagel. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. And if the team feels that, yeah. Yale plus the spread. Well, I don't know what the number is right now. I'm betting my money on Yale. Them smart brothers from the Ivy League.
Oh, and CB said, I thought Shaka finally won a tournament. Yeah, he won tournament games after he left Texas. He went to Marquette. He got to the Sweet 16 last year. Where was that at Texas in 6 years? Zito. That was rough.
It was rough.
6 years.
Yeah, Shaka took years off my life with that 6-year stretch. 6
he
years
won the
felt like
NIT
12.
He won the NIT championship in 19.
That don't count. You see
And-
all the teams decline the NIT. That's how you know it don't count.
Yeah.
Teams don't want to play in that. South Carolina and LSU, the only two teams not to make the NCAA tournament in the SEC, said, "Nah, we're good." No, it's a disgrace to play in that tournament. It is. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not. You're the 69th best team.
Yeah, it's not fun.
But hey, some schools put a banner in their rafters.
Disgusting.
Okay, Texas baseball. So Texas baseball, by the way, they're 17-1. They moved up to number 8. It was number 1 LSU, but even though LSU swept Missouri, they dropped to number 2 in the D1 poll. Either way, some polls have LSU number 1, some have them number 2. They're coming to Austin this weekend.
That's what I'm talking about.
So if Texas can keep their focus and handle business against UTSA Tuesday night, which UTSA, solid club.
They beat A&M, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
16-6, beat A&M. Got to keep your focus. This will be a good test. Plus, you burned up Jason Flores. He can't pitch Tuesday. So you're going to probably go with Drew Rarick and Bryce Navarre again, like you did last Tuesday. The young guns got out and did it. But here's what happened over the weekend. So they go to Starkville. And that game 1 was awesome. I mean, it was back and forth, teams throwing punches. And I'll say this about this Texas baseball team, man. When they got to have runs, they come up with runs. So, I mean, Mississippi State, they're like, "Oh, yeah, you're coming into our place?" "Oh, no, I don't think so." And Texas just said, "Yeah, we think so."
That's right.
So, I mean, it was live. And the thing is, you look at the guys like Max Ballou, okay? Max Ballou. He's been struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what? He was 1 of 11 over the weekend. But you know what? You know what?
Damn.
His 1 was a home run.
Yep. Game 2.
That Texas desperately needed.
He was hyped too.
Oh, yeah.
Man, he was hyped. Even though he went 1 for 11, he knew that felt good.
In the 7th inning was magic for Texas. So Texas gets on the board. Game 1, they go up 2-0 in the top of the 2nd. Mississippi State answers with 4 in the bottom half of the 2nd. They got to Jared Spencer a little bit, roughed him up, and Mississippi State goes up 4-2. And Spencer calms back down, and he stays in there. Battles. And then Texas cuts Mississippi State's lead to 4-3 in the 6th. But then Mississippi State adds a run to go up 5-3 going into the 7th. And then in the 7th inning, Adrian Rodriguez gets hit by a pitch. Schuessler singles to center field. Gasparino singles through the right side. Gasparino's single was an RBI. Galvan's single was an RBI. And then Casey Borba hits a 3-run bomb.
What a hit.
And gives Texas an 8-5 lead. I mean, talk about putting it together when you got to have it. And so Texas goes up 8-5, and then they bring in the freshman, Dylan Volantis, to close out the game. And in the 9th inning, you've got, he walks. Well, he gets a line out for out number 1, and then they send a pinch hitter. He walks, and then Volantis gets a strikeout. Duplantier was pitching in the 9th, and then Volantis came in and got the final out. So Duplantier was a little, walk, got a strikeout. Then he threw a wild pitch, which allowed the guy who walked to get to second. Then he had another walk. So now you bring in the freshman lefty for Duplantier, and he's got, runners on, 2 runners on base, and he gives up a double, a 2 RBI double. Now it's 8-7. And Volantis gets a ground out for out number 3. Texas wins 8-7. So they just do what they got to do. Then Saturday was horrible. All those storms, 6 people died in the state of Mississippi.
Good God.
Hail, yeah.
Wow.
So everybody bunkered down. There was no baseball on Saturday. They had to play 2 7-inning games yesterday. And Texas, man, I thought they were really good. In game 2, we mentioned it, Max Ballou, you had to have it. And Ballou, comes through. He hits a homer, a 2-run homer in the 7th, and Texas wins 5-3. That was the only hit Ballou had all weekend.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit.
And then and Volantis came in and closed that game too. And then in game 3, you had Jason Flores come in, and he went 3 2/3, gave up 1 run on 2 hits. And then you bring in Max Grubbs. He finishes it. Again, only 7 innings, but he goes 3.1 innings. No runs on 2 hits. I mean, the pitching was solid. And then, in that game, Ryland Galvan, who's got a team leading 6 home runs, had 2 home runs over the weekend, including a solo shot in the 2nd inning. And then Borba had a RBI single. Mendoza, who's hit in 13 straight games.
God, he's been so good.
Oh my God. And I forgot to mention in game 2, Tommy Farmer IV had one of the most amazing catches you'll see all year. The ball, this would have been a double, a triple, runs would have scored. He's flying top speed into the left field corner, diving, fully outstretched, makes the catch and avoids a massive Mississippi State rally late. So, yeah, man, this
catch, man.
This team is so connected. They're playing hard. There's really not any soft spots among the pitching that they brought in. It's impressive. You're starting to see, okay, we can count on this guy, we can count on that guy in the pitching. I mean, Dylan Volantis.
Yeah, he's been solid. The lefty's been really solid. Game 3, I don't know who was on the mound, but yeah, no one was at first.
Yeah. So Grubbs is pitching. He's a right-handed pitcher, so his back is to first base. And he throws a pickoff over to first, but Kimball Schuessler's not on the bag. So the ball goes screaming into right field. The guy who was on second tries to stretch it. I mean, his coach waved him in.
Yeah.
Max Ballou gunned him down
on a rope.
On a rope.
On a rope, boy.
Ballou's got a cannon, man. Ooh. And I mean, that ball was there in plenty of time. Galvan got the tag, and you're out at home plate. But yeah, that was crazy. That turned out to be an inning-ending play, but man, that was high drama.
Yeah.
But, they even overcome a mistake like that with Baloo's cannon from right field to home for the tag. Yeah, I'm so impressed with these guys, man. Mendoza is such a solid leadoff guy. And Casey Borbo, what can you say, man?
I told you, man. You got to keep him in the lineup. Adrian Rodriguez looked like a freshman this weekend, which that's going to happen, especially him switch hitting. Like, that's amazing. But for a freshman, can't imagine how difficult that is to do. I get it. That's what you do. That's a big reason why you were recruited to Texas in the first place, for your versatility that way. But you would assume that the guy's going to have some freshman mistakes or just some freshman games where he's not producing as much. To have Casey Borba play the hot corner like he's playing, which he did have that one play where the sun got in his eyes. I don't know if that was game 2 or 3. I don't remember. It was yesterday, though. But the sun got in his eyes and it dropped on the ground. Obviously, it wasn't that big of a deal because the Horns still swept. But his bat, man, his bat's been vicious. Like, that was a solid RBI hit in the 4th inning yesterday. And then for him to go yard in game 1 the way he did to really break open that game, even though Mississippi State fought back. You're right. This team is just so connected. Like, they're having a blast out there. Like, Stark Vegas, we've been talking about it all last week. That is not an easy place to play. Like, they love their baseball down there in Starkville, Mississippi. And they had a lot of legends that have came through that program. But Rafael Palmeiro and Will Clark, they weren't walking through that door anytime soon. Horns take advantage of all that. And now those people for state, they scratching their heads a little bit on, damn, what the hell just happened? Like, we've ruled this conference for a very long time. Here's Texas in year 1 coming in and sweeping us at home. I know that stung.
Well, and like Easton Winfield, last time we saw Easton Winfield, the sophomore ULM outfielder transfer, he dropped that ball against A&M Corpus Christi and 5 unearned runs scored. And so Farmer, replaced him kind of for good. Well, Easton Winfield started game 2. And Easton Winfield hit double. He had a 2 RBI double. That was huge in the 2nd inning. And then Farmer ended up replacing him, and Farmer ended up making that incredible catch, the running, diving catch later in that game. But Winfield comes in, hasn't batted in a week, and hits that 2 RBI double. And they had to have it. Like, again, they won 5-3. So the timely hitting, and then, Baloo's homer, the 2-run homer in the 7th of game 2 to win in that 5-3 win. It's impressive, man. And their fielding, obviously, we just talked about how good it is. Their fielding has come up. They were at 961 2 weeks ago, and now they're at 973. So they're trending in the right direction. And they've had all kinds of adversity. They've been down. They've been, on the road. Mississippi State, we talked about this last week. Top 3 environment in SEC. They call Dudy Noble the cathedral of baseball. Like, Mississippi State, that's a baseball school.
Yeah.
And they get into it and they let you hear it. And that's what I thought was really impressive, because you had freshmen in key roles, A-Rod, Dylan Volantis, Jason Flores. They handled it. And now they come home.
Yeah.
And Schloss was even a little like he caught himself looking ahead. He's like, now it's time to have a home SEC experience. He's like, I mean, first we got UTSA.
Yeah, chill, Jim.
First we got UTSA, but LSU's coming, baby.
One game at a time, Jim. I feel him though. I think he understands that this team could be special too. But I'm glad that he's excited about that. And Max Weiner, Tulowitzki, those guys have an impact on this roster too. But yeah, them folks in Starkville, they were shocked. Which I heard they're great people. Like I was seeing our homies from Occupy Left Field and stuff talk about just how welcoming those folks in Stark Vegas were. And you would think that, they'd be mean and nasty and stuff just because you're an opponent. You're the ops, as these kids say, like you're the villain. So why would we treat the fans nice and welcoming? No, they were. They were feeding folks and stuff. I saw Max Ballou. There was a picture of him going around where I guess those folks, Mississippi State fans, gave him some barbecue for the fellas and stuff. Like, you don't see that very often, especially when you're the team that gets swept. So it was a very cool atmosphere. I felt horrible about people who lost their lives due to the weather on Saturday. Like, that's just devastating. God bless their families and everyone who was involved there. But yeah, it looked like an incredible atmosphere at the field yesterday and Friday. And that's what you expect in SEC baseball. They take it really seriously. And Texas, being the blue blood powerhouse program that it's always been, they fit in quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. 17 wins in a row. That's impressive. Now, Texas has the D1 record of 34 wins in a row.
Damn, when was this?
77.
Okay, I wasn't even thought about.
But
wow.
Yeah. But that, man, you can tell Schloss is like, he's got a little pep in his step.
Yeah, we got some cooking.
Got a little pep in his step. He's got the boys playing ball. They're having fun. And you're starting to hear it in their answers. They're saying our chemistry is the best thing about our team. The batting, the fielding, the pitching, and their team ERA looking good. Yeah. Texas top 10 in ERA. Got to have that pitching and timely hitting. Yeah. Mississippi State had a better batting average than Texas. Mississippi State had more home runs coming in. Over. Yeah. Big week for Texas baseball. In addition to the Rodney Terry, Sean Miller extravaganza Wednesday night, Texas baseball is got a huge week this week. And
shout out to Rylan Galvan, man. God, he's playing good.
Yeah.
And you talk about the pitching and how good it's been. Well, the guy who's the catcher on the team is a big part of that. Like, he's been money as a catcher. He's been money at the plate. Like, Rylan Galvan, I don't know if he's going to play on Tuesday, maybe just because rest, I think, is a big deal. I wouldn't play him if I'm Jim Schlossnagle, but especially against LSU, you need him all three of those games.
Yeah.
But he's one of those guys, man. He's one of the leaders of this squad. I watched his little behind the scenes video on LHN, the app, and just a cool guy. You could tell he really puts in the time and work of his craft, and you're seeing the results game in and game out. Like, he's making an impact for this Texas baseball team. And even with Jalen Flores and Max Ballou struggling this weekend, they had enough. Like, 1 through 9, it's just so tough to get out. Like, you just never know who's going to have a big game. And again, Max Ballou, Jalen Flores, both struggling. for them to still have a sweep, crazy.
After the Dartmouth series, which was 6 games into the year, Rylan Galvan was batting 176. That's not good. And since then, it's gone straight up. And now he's batting 326. And Schloss was saying over the weekend, I've never seen a team work harder in the cages with Troy Tulowitzki to get their hitting going. So, Max Ballou, remember Max Ballou hit in 11 straight games, and now he's in it a little bit, but still had that huge home run.
Yeah.
1 of 11 over the weekend, but his one hit was a home run, 2-run homer that they desperately needed.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, this is gonna be a fun team to watch.
Do you like how they're using Dylan Volantis?
I do, because he's just, you don't see that. He's got this motion. It's an over the top motion. He's 6'6". He's a lefty. Schloss says it's so over the top. It's so 12 o'clock that it's almost a right-handed pitch. Now, so batters just don't see that motion. It's hard to pick up. Keith Moreland told me it's like you don't know where to look to pick up the spin, and so it gets on you, and then you're like, whoa. And he got hit a little bit in his second appearance, so guys saw it a little bit, but I thought it said a lot because he was supposed to start Sunday,
Right.
but Schloss thought, you know what, I like him in this spot. I like his makeup. I like him coming in. Guys don't see his motion very much. And I think he's just going to get better and better and better. And that dude, like I said, the future of Texas baseball is Dylan Volantis, Jason Flores, Ethan Mendoza. There's a lot, Tommy Farmer, the fourth. There's a lot to be excited about. In addition to those core, juniors who are draft eligible, like Max Ballou, Jalen Flores, Kimball Schuessler. Will Gasparino's a sophomore. That dude has a lot of swings and misses, but when he makes contact, it hurts. Like it's extra bases, it's home runs. So yeah.
My man Andre Duplantier was solid that game one.
Yep,
He's solid.
He was. He got the win.
Then they load the bases on him, and he got that out to get him out of that hole. That was a big moment for the series.
That was big. Yeah, he pitched 3 innings. He did not give up a hit. He gave up 2 runs because he had 3 walks, but he had 4 strikeouts. He was solid. He and Max Grubbs, to me, are a little ahead of Ruger Riojas. Like Schloss leans on Ruger Riojas a lot, and I think he really likes him. But Duplantier's been really good. And Thomas Burns has been good too. We didn't see him over the weekend, but yeah. All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. You know what I'm saying? And again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. Make sure that you listen to the podcast so you get every second of this extravaganza. But make sure that you get into our bracket challenge. Just go to our Texas Sports Unfiltered social media. It's pinned at the top. TS Unfiltered is the handle on X and Instagram, because you're playing for a 65-inch Samsung 4K television. from audiovisual consultations. And that's another reason we love AV consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, makes everything fun. Tom McKay is a very benevolent spirit. He loves him some Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we love him. And you should love AV consultations because they're the best in the business. If you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, just call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. They're going to bring you the best price on big screens. They're going to bring you surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, anything audio or visual, they've got you covered. They're the best for 30 years in Austin. And just give them a call, 255-8678. And look, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. It's Monday. It's all night happy hour. It's Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. So get into Salt Traders for happy hour today because it's 3:30 to close. Best selection of raw oysters. You're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the crab cake, the mussels. Like if you love seafood, this is your go-to spot. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. He's a restaurant legend in Austin. 2 great locations right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood in Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And McCall Custom Homes. Listen, if you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, a kitchen, more, then McCall Custom Homes is a great place to start. Mike McCall, part of a family-owned and operated business for 40 years. They are all about the details. They're all about the custom. You want the best doing the work because you want it to hold up for years. You don't want to be, noticing in the kitchen that there's a detail out of place. You're never going to have that with McCall Custom Homes. They're all about the details, and that's why we love them so much. Just go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. As a guy who's, been through a renovation, I appreciate what McCall Custom Homes is all about because they want you to be so happy that you'll recommend McCall Custom Homes to everybody. So go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And to my guys who are snoring, I know I need you to listen because snoring is not just annoying to the person you're sleeping next to. It could be a symptom of serious health risk. Sleep apnea is basically an indication you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. And that is potentially deadly. So get into the Sleep Cycle Center. 2 great locations at the Arboretum in Lakeway, and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study or weight loss program. But they've got all the best technology to determine exactly what you're dealing with. And if it's sleep apnea, they've got treatment options for you. SleepCycleCenter.com to set up an appointment. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you and get $100 off your sleep study. And stop putting your health at risk. Stop waking up tired every morning. SleepCycleCenter.com. And Cover 3. Cover 3, my go-to. Right there in Anderson Lane. It's my spot. All night happy hour at Cover 3. So you got Texas softball tonight, 6 o'clock, playing Florida for the final game of that series. Texas already wrapped it up. They're up 2-0 on SEC Network. But go enjoy a great meal at Cover 3. Watch some Texas softball. You'll have the time of your life. The brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the $7 social hour menu. Go get one of those frozen margaritas. Don't get more than 2. I promise you. If so, you need to take ride share. But Cover 3's got you covered on Anderson Lane up in Round Rock. And, of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All right, Zay. Texas women's basketball. Love the confidence coming out of Texas women's basketball. They get a 1 seed. South Carolina was not the overall number 1 seed. That went to UCLA. Don Staley's pissed.
Yeah, we got to pull up what she said because it's bogus, man. I can't believe she had the nerve to talk to the media the way she did about just how uncomfortable she is with her seeding as a number one seed in a region. Here's Don Staley talking about it.
I mean, we're going to play it. Obviously it's disappointing. It really is. I'd like to get some feedback on how they came to that conclusion because we manufactured a schedule that, if done right, it should produce the overall number one seed. But I will say this: we're going to make adjustments to our schedule in the future if the standard is the standard. If that's the standard, then we can play any schedule and get a number one seed.
Woo!
Really? So basically you're saying Texas ain't play nobody. Is that what you're saying here, Don?
Well, she's saying UCLA. UCLA is the number one overall seed.
I thought it was Texas.
And they played South Carolina, and South Carolina beat the crap out. Oh no, they beat South Carolina.
Yeah.
UCLA beat South Carolina at Pauley Pavilion 77-62.
Mm-hmm.
And they went 30-2, UCLA did, and UCLA, their only loss was to USC. And
then they beat them in the Big Ten tournament to win the Big Ten tournament. Like UCLA, I'm fine with them being there. I'm fine with Texas being there. USC made it too. Then she got a number one seed. So why is she complaining? I don't know. And I love Don Staley. She's as tough as it gets. Go back and watch her film when she was at Virginia making the Final Four. She is Philly tough. She's a real one. I love Don Staley. I do not agree with this at all. If Don Staley doesn't like where her seating is overall, don't get blown out at home by a UConn team. That's why she's there. That loss, inexcusable. That loss is a joke. They got blown out in Columbia by UConn. Blown out. Ugly. Embarrassing. The committee remembers that. Texas, they weren't getting blown out by anyone. Like all those losses, South Carolina, Notre Dame. That's it. That's it. And then go look at who's in her side who's on her side. South Carolina, the toughest team on their side is Duke at the 2 seed. They could blow out Duke. Like Duke doesn't scare you at all. That's it. Meanwhile, Texas, they got to deal with Tennessee possibly, TCU possibly, Notre Dame possibly. Way tougher. Way tougher. It's not even close. So I don't understand why Don Staley's so disgruntled. I really don't. Like, this is a weird move for her to do this. Like, you're a number one seed. Take that ass whooping on the chin from Gino and UConn, who got a number 2 seed on that USC side. The USC coach was complaining too. She was like, I've never felt so disrespected to be a number 1 seed. Where do these coaches have the nerve? Meanwhile, Vic Schaefer, Vic Schaefer, just nothing but positivity from Vic. You don't hear any, disgruntledness in Vic's voice. He's like, yo, we're good. This is what it's all about. Like, I appreciate that, Vic. You're a number 1 overall seed. We're out here bitching from a yacht, coach for USC and Don Staley. Like, come on. Y'all are better than that. Y'all are a lot better than that. On the men's side, the Louisville coach, he's mad that they got an 8th seed. Do you not understand how bad the ACC was? Like, again, I understand fighting for your program, fighting for your team. Like, that's what coaches are supposed to do. They're supposed to support their team and fight for them. I understand that. But also, there's times where you could be a little delusional. And some of these coaches That's what they're being. Like, get your team ready. Get your team prepared. Prove to us why the committee made a mistake. Because, again, Don Staley, there's no one that you should fear on your way to the Final Four until the Final Four. Are you North Carolina? You're going to beat the crap out of North Carolina if you face them. You're going to beat the crap out of Alabama if you face them. All those teams are in the same region as South Carolina. You got 11 McDonald's All-Americans, Don Staley. I hate going at Don Staley like this because, again, I love her. What she's brought to the game of women's college basketball from her time playing. She was on that legendary 96 Olympic team that changed everything and everyone's perspective on if there should be a professional league or not, which how good that team did. There is now the WNBA, and we get to see girls like Caitlin Clark and legends like that. Like Don Staley, she's a pioneer when it comes to women's college basketball. This was the first thing I've ever disagreed with her about. Like that's just really odd for her to be as upset as she is and to voice it like she's done. Like, I don't understand it. I don't agree with it. Take your seating and then prove everyone wrong. Let your game do the talking, Don.
Yeah. Well, all four of those teams, I think, Texas, South Carolina, USC, UCLA, it's awesome. And I thought it was cool that the Texas women got excited. There was audible excitement when they saw that Notre Dame was in their quadrant, meaning Texas could potentially play Notre Dame or second-seeded TCU to go to the Final Four. But when Notre Dame was announced, the Texas players were like, yeah.
Hell yeah.
And Shea Holly said, yeah, there would be excitement for a rematch. Now, part of that's because Notre Dame's been leaking oil.
Yeah, they haven't been very good lately.
They lost a few in the stretch. But I mean, Texas, I like them to get to Tampa.
So do I. I think Tennessee, they're going to see Tennessee in the Sweet 16. That'd be a tough one.
They
can, but Tennessee, they play that game, man.
They're scrappy.
You know me, I love me some Kim Cardwell. Leave the baby at home. Screw it. Screw the baby. I got a coach.
Hey, nanny, I'll see you in a month.
I'll see you in a month.
Let me leave you some milk. I got things to do.
I got things to do. Mom, nah, I'll be a mom for the rest of her 18 plus years and the rest of her life. Now I got a championship to win. Kim Cardwell, that's my girl. I love me some Kim Cardwell. But
well, yeah, don't forget Texas, second year in a row where they lost a starter. And they really lost two because Layla Filia, we really didn't see her at all this year. 9 games, kind of like Rory. And then Aaliyah Moore goes down and really misses the second half of SEC play. So
is she out? I mean, she ain't coming back, is she?
It sure seems like she's not coming back. I mean, every time I ask Vic, he's like, we just don't know. So I guess they're just trying, but
does Taylor Jones have COVID or something? Because she was masked up.
Who?
Yesterday. Taylor Jones.
Oh, I don't know.
Masked up. Well, does she have something? I know they got a little bit of vacation time from the SEC tournament to now. So I don't know. She came back and caught something and didn't want to give it to the rest of the team. I'm glad she's being safe because she was masked up, but also we don't need anybody getting sick right now.
No.
Especially Taylor Jones.
No. I think they can handle High Point or William and Mary with or without Taylor Jones. But yeah, Monday, they get either Illinois or Creighton. It's time to put that beating on some people.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I got High Point Sweet 16 on the men's side.
What? What you talking about?
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
High Point?
Yo, High Point is in the top 10 of 2-point field goals since February 1st. Their first round matchup against Purdue allows 63% when it comes to 2-point attempts and 2-point makes. So I got them beating Purdue.
Oh,
then
Lord.
that next matchup against Clemson, again, the ACC, weaker than Kevin Durant's bench press at the combine. Weak.
What?
So I don't trust Clemson either. High Point. Somebody's got to make some upsets, man. I'm going all out this tournament. Do I feel great about it? Not really. But, hey.
You're high risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward. I can't go chalk, man. I saw one of my favorite college players of all time, Jay Williams, former Duke Blue Devil. He has 1 and 2s in every single region when it comes to the Elite Eight. 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2. Like, damn, Jay, that's how you really feel? Like, I mean, sure. I find him a very brilliant basketball mind. Does a great job for the 4-letter network. But that's usually not how this tournament goes, man. It's just so hard to win 6 straight games. And you have that one-off game. We've seen it time and time again. That other team that comes in with nothing to lose, we're not even supposed to be here. The George Masons, the VCUs, we were just talking about Shaka. That's when they shocked the world. Like, University of Texas could shock the world. Why not? Why not? RT could be back for another year. Who knows?
Hey,
I know there's some Texas fans praying on his demise, but we don't know that.
Here's RT. I'm getting into the tournament.
I'm excited about where we are. Obviously, we've loved to have won a few more games. Sure. I've been here 13 years, and, we understand what the standard expectations are at the University of Texas, and we don't shy away from that. And but we are excited about this opportunity to continue to play, and we've been granted 40 more minutes, just like everybody else in this tournament, and we're going to be excited about competing and obviously have a really good challenge in a very well-coached Xavier team. A lot of respect for Sean Miller. I've had a chance to coach against his teams for a number of years, and his teams are always, really good offensively. They play really fast in transition, and this team here in particular is a really good defensive team. So Sean's always done a great job. A lot of respect for Sean Miller. I'm excited about what we.
Did you pick up on that? And this team's pretty good defensively. Like Sean Miller's teams normally aren't good defensively.
Oh, come on.
Didn't that kind of how it sounded?
Yeah, if you dissect it like that, like the way you're doing.
All right, here's RT on the team being healthy.
I talked about Kendall Weaver for a minute and said how important he was to our team, and a lot of it doesn't show up in the stat sheet, but he's just one of those guys that brings tremendous energy and toughness to our team. He's our toughest guy on our team, and you take that out of anybody's lineup, of anybody's roster, you're going to have to make some adjustments, and you're going to have to try to have someone fill that void for us. And for us, it was in a very, very competitive league. And so, again, to have him back and to have Art trying to be back up to top speed again. Art was playing there, gave us what he could on a really banged up knee for a good while. Now he's back, pretty healthy. And Tremont was in and out of the lineup. There were games that we didn't have him available in conference play. So, this team fought through a lot of adversity, but I give them a lot of credit. They stayed the course. They never complained. They tried to block out the outside noise and just really focus on what they needed to get done themselves as a team and continue to get better. Came in with great attitudes and great approaches every day, and here we are. We're in the NCAA tournament just like everybody else. We've been given an opportunity. We're excited.
In the field at 68, baby. And then here's Vic on getting another #1 seed.
It's great pride. It's like I told our kids today, you know, our young kids don't quite understand it. They know the year's been hard, but our veterans that have been here with us this whole time, and now it's 2 in a row, and we've obviously we've had some good seeds over the course of our time here. They know, and it's just so hard to do, y'all. It's just really, really hard. I mean, they've won 31 games. I don't know how many teams in the country have won 30 plus, but they've won 31 with, I guess it's the second hardest schedule in the country. I don't know the metrics, all that. I know we've beaten a bunch of really good people. It's great pride.
That's good stuff, man. Shay Holly said, I got a good feeling about this team, the way we've responded to adversity. She likes this team. She's been to 3 Elite Eights. She's the 5th-year senior in this group. She's been to 3 Elite Eights. She wants more.
Garrett, what are we doing, Garrett? Where's our mindset? This is a big month for Garrett Wilson.
Have you been checking the social? Are they still together?
I feel like they are. I think, I saw some pictures this weekend of her dog with Garrett Wilson. They both have their own dogs. The dogs were playing together and stuff. So she hasn't been in the pictures, but the dog has. So maybe he's been taking care of her dog more because she has to focus. That's good. That's what we want. We need her in a clear mind because we need her to knock down some outside shots. I think that's make or break for Texas. They need to knock down at least 4. This whole 1 a game, 2 a game, that's not good. Give me 5. Give me 5 outside shots so we could have some type of separation off of Madison Booker, Kyler Oldegger, and Taylor Jones. Because teams are going to look at what South Carolina did and try to implement that in their game. Shay Holly's going to be huge. She's got to knock down some outside shots. We could get Jordan Lee to knock down some outside shots. Both of those ladies, if Texas wants to win a national championship, they got to come through. We know Madison Booker's going to do her thing. We know Oldegger and Jones, they're going to do her thing. Rory's going to have to score more. I know she likes getting in that mid-range and knocking shots down. She's going to have to look for her shot a lot more if Texas wants to win a national championship. But if they just rely everything on Madison Booker, Kyler Oldegger, and Taylor Jones, we can see them going home in the Elite 8. I'm telling you, man, like, you better respect TCU. TCU got that crazy-ass girl that used to go to Texas. She about 30.
Sedona Prince.
Sedona Prince. I heard she crazy as hell. Go type in Sedona Prince. Yo, she's got luggage. I'm not going to bring that up here because speculation, but there's not good news on Sedona Prince in her past. Apparently, she's done some foul stuff to some foul people. Y'all go look the rest up for yourselves. But they also got Haley Van Lith. Haley Van Lith's bounced Texas out of the tournament before during her days at Louisville. At the Mood, nonetheless.
At the Mood.
Like, she is not that same player that Kim Mulkey completely just ruined last year. One of Kim Mulkey's worst coaching jobs of her career, Hall of Fame Kim Mulkey. The fact that she had Haley Van Lith running her point last year, she's not a point guard. She's a 2 guard. Like, put Flage at the point. Maybe LSU could have went back-to-back with Angel Reese in her last year. Instead, Haley Van Lith was running the point. She looked uncomfortable the whole season. Now she's at TCU, her 5th year. She's running the 2. Haley Van Lith's back in that mode of looking like a top 10 pick in this upcoming WNBA draft. So, again, it's a tougher side for Texas than South Carolina and UCLA. Way tougher. So Texas, again, Jordan Lee, Shay Holly, they got to be money for them, especially from the outside, so you could space out these teams and they're not locking in on Oldegger, Jones, and Madison Booker.
Yeah. Who got UConn in there?
That's USC. So UConn's the 2 seed, SC the 1 seed. Everybody loves a good Juju Watkins, Paige Beckers matchup. That's a really good matchup. I want to say USC bounced them out last year. I don't remember, but yeah, Paige Beckers, she's a star. She'll be the number 1 pick in this year's draft. Juju Watkins, if she was eligible, because for some reason there's a 3-year rule in women's college basketball since I guess they don't make enough money in the WNBA to leave early. I don't know, but Juju Watkins would be the number 1 pick if she was able to come out. She's not. She's really good. USC, number 1 seed. We'll see what happens there.
Hey, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
All right.
I got to do a women's bracket.
What's that?
I got to do a women's bracket too. I never do one. I got to do one. This is the year to do one. You know.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the commentary. I'm gonna do a little something here. I'm just gonna say I love the intangible stuff when it comes to sports. I love the connection on a team. And as we watch these Texas teams, whether it's Texas basketball, Texas women's basketball, Texas softball tonight, 6:00 against Florida on SEC Network, or Texas baseball, you can tell there's connection among the players. That's hard to replicate. And it's hard to win if you don't have it. And I think that's one of the coolest things about watching, even the men's basketball team. I was so put off by that loss to Georgia, and also the home loss to Georgia and the home loss to OU, because where was it's winning time mentality? And obviously Trey Johnson was having the worst game of his life against OU. But in those first 2 games in the tournament, in the SEC tournament, whether it was, Tremont Mark at the point or Kendall Weaver coming back, there was more of a connection. Now, can that happen again this week, Wednesday night? We'll see. But I know there's connection with the Texas baseball team, Texas softball team, Texas women's basketball. And you can tell by the way Vic Schaefer's talking about that women's basketball team that he believes. He was asked, can you win a national championship? And he said, yes, because our defense will keep us in every game. And we have point guard play. We have a player in Madison Booker who can get her own shot. And we have inside players in Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldacre, in addition to, Justice Carlton, Jackalenga Moenentanda. But Taylor Jones has been outstanding this year. And I'm glad she's up for the Lisa Leslie Award given to the top center in women's college basketball, because she's been outstanding and she's stayed healthy the whole year. And that's what she wanted. And it's cool that she's played in all 34 games. And I hope she has the tournament of her life, because she was huge in wins over Tennessee and Ole Miss. And, coming up big with big buckets down the stretch. You got to have those players who want the ball late in games and have a plan and are not just like, give it to me so I can take a bad shot. Taylor Jones, her shooting percentage is over 60%. She takes good shots. She keeps the ball above her head. She doesn't bring the ball down. Smart player, veteran player. And they all pull for each other. They all, I hope we see the Texas women get to the Final Four, and I hope we get a fourth game between Texas and South Carolina. To me, two best teams in the best league. Yeah. Give me that again. Give me that on a neutral floor. Now, South Carolina is going to bring their fans to Tampa. Don't get it twisted, but that I want to see it. And this Texas baseball team, what a big week this is, man. You got UTSA tomorrow night at the Dish, and then depending on what poll you're looking at, number 1 or number 2, LSU rolling into town. It's a good week. There's a lot going on.
That's right.
And spring football starts next Tuesday.
Let's go.
So let's go. Let's go, Zay. Get to the right call.
I'm hype about spring football. I like seeing the behind the scenes with the freshmen. You look at Texas football social media posts, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, they're having those guys talk about their experiences since they've touched down in January. The freshmen, they seem like they're locked in. They seem like they really enjoy what Tory Beck, the terrific conditioning coach, has been throwing at them. So, yeah, Deion Sanders also came out and said he would like to play someone else for the spring game. Have a team come in, practice against them all week, and then play them on the Saturday. Because we've seen all these coaches cancel the spring game. Deion said, instead of canceling it, let's actually play someone. How do you feel about that, Chip?
I mean, I think that'd be fun. They kind of used to do that in the summer. They'd do some like 11-on-11, Texas State, but it wasn't open to the public. It was like organized by the players. I think it got a little heated one time.
Yeah, duh. What?
Might have been some punches. But yeah.
Okay.
I think the players like to see someone other than their own players.
Absolutely.
It'd be fun.
Okay.
More NFL-ication of college football.
Yeah. Somebody on the Coda text line said pay a FCS school and beat the crap out of them on national TV. I like that. I'll take that.
Well, that's what the SEC does in November. When they have tomato can week, the week before rivalry week.
Yeah, everybody but Texas.
Thank you, Texas.
Yeah, I guess. I kind of want to be like everybody else, though. If everyone else gets to play the Citadel and East
No
Texas
one
State.
Wants those games. Like I say, cut one of those games. Play your max conference schedule. Play it for Texas. Play a 9-game conference schedule. Have 2 non-conference games. Get rid of one, and maybe even get rid of the conference championship games or fold them into the playoff somehow. But if you're going to go 16 games or a 16-team playoff, which is where we're headed, because that's where the most money is, whether we get there in 26 or 28 or 30, we need to trim some of these games that no one cares about.
Okay.
Just
That's
saying.
how you really feel.
Yeah.
I hear you. I want a 9-game schedule too, so I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. But if everyone else is playing these weak-ass teams, let's get in the mix. Why not? All right, y'all. For the right call, though, got to get to some of these terrific sponsors that allow us to do what we do, like Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for a full-service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas, choose the guys at Leaf Landscape Supply. Both of their locations are absolutely amazing. If you're up north, hit them up at Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, go see them off of 290 in Monterey Oaks. Whether it's large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, specialty plants, collection of rare plants, and trendy house plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website to see everything that they have to offer at leaflandscapesupply.com and visit both of their locations. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered put you on and you get 10% off. How can you beat that? 10% off Leaf Landscape Supply if you mention the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Covert BK, family owned and operated automotive dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. When it comes to providing customers with high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, hey, trust the guys that, again, been doing it for over 100 years. That is a long time, and that's because the quality is grade A. So if you're in the beautiful Hill Country, go take a visit. Or if you need a car and you're not in the beautiful Hill Country, go to the beautiful Hill Country. Whether it's for your daughter or your wife or yourself, doesn't matter. Or get a present for someone in the family, new pre-owned, they'll take care of you. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are the 7 brands that they have to offer. You know, my wife and I are Covert BK people ourselves, and she absolutely loves her Buick Encore GT. So get like us. Go to covertbk.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, Bill Belichick, man, he just seems to keep popping up everywhere, whether it's his girlfriend, and now she has to be involved in all the emails that are sent by North Carolina and whatnot. So that's weird. But Bill went viral this weekend because him and his girlfriend, her name is Jordan Hudson, for the people that don't know, they went viral for a very interesting picture of Bill lifting her on the beach on his feet, and she's kind of doing the, I don't know what this is, the swan pose on his feet. What is it?
The Cirque du Soleil balancing act.
Yeah. Looks like they're, having a good time. And you know me, I love love. It doesn't matter that he's 70-something and she's 24. Love's love, baby. My wife says it's gross that he's acting like this and wilding out. I just think Bill has found his dream woman. Like, ain't nothing wrong with finding your dream girl. We all find that. It's just she happens to be 50 years younger than Coach Belichick. So, look, he's having a good time. He's happy. He's about to completely change the North Carolina program around, something that our great friend, Mac Brown, couldn't do these last few years. What's wrong with this? Like, why is this a problem? She's changing Bill. He has a more vulnerable side. He looks like he's more into his feelings. Not as tough and rugged and standoffish that we've seen during his New England Patriot days. This Bill Belichick, I'm good with it. I'm good with this Bill Belichick. What say you?
I'm just laughing. Who's taking that picture, first of all?
I'm sure she's got homegirls and stuff.
Like, if you look at her Instagram, every picture is posed just perfectly.
Yeah.
Like her whole life is a movie set.
That's right.
And by God, by dating this 6-time Super Bowl champion coach who's 50 years older than I am, I'm getting my name out there. I'm getting my pictures out there. I don't know what her end game is. I don't know if she wants to be an actress.
What end game? Love. That's the end game. Why can't she be in love, man? Why you think there's something else going on? Like she's using Bill. That's where you're getting with this. Like she's using Bill.
Well, they're using each other, which is beautiful.
For love.
Or whatever. For love, for lust. In his case, he probably hadn't had it so good or so much in 30 years.
Right.
So I'm happy for him. But I question if he can handle being a college coach because he's never had the patience to deal with players who make mistakes. In the NFL, he ripped those guys to shreds and constantly brought in veterans. I mean, and when he landed a really talented draft pick, as soon as those dudes were ready for their second contract, he would let them go because he didn't want to be beholden to anyone, making all kinds of money, getting complacent. So he let Richard Seymour go.
Damn.
He let other Pro Bowl players, who is the Chandler? I mean, a bunch. It's a bunch. Randy Moss he brought in. And as soon as Randy wanted money, you let him go.
Yep.
And it's like that dude just set the NFL touchdown receptions record.
Yep.
And you were like, holla.
Yep. Get your country ass out of here, Randy.
So I'm watching just like everyone else. I have my doubts. And what is it? She's going to be scanning through his emails.
Yeah.
Who feels good about that?
I mean, that is weird. That is weird. Yeah, Belichick has asked the North Carolina staff to CC all his emails to be sent to her too. So every email that gets sent to him, she's going to be a part of it. She's going to see it too.
You know what that does?
What does that do?
It gives her leverage.
What does that mean?
Because if something goes wrong, she's got all this insight that could be used in a negative way. I don't know. Hopefully it's love.
Looks like love. Do you
Hopefully
see
it's
the
love.
post?
Hopefully it's love, just as you say it, Zay.
As my man Roy says, they got their dirty dancing going on.
Oh, no. Bill's having the time of his life.
Bill looking like Patrick Swayze.
Bill's on the Blue Chew like you've never seen before. He's eating that stuff like popcorn. Because he's like, you ready to go again, hon?
Yeah, rocking her world. Rock her world, Bill. Then get to practice later on. That's what it's all about. It's good living to me. Bill should enjoy this. Like you said.
Yeah.
Bill,
Oh, yeah.
Bill's been kind
should.
of a negative Nancy for a long time and has got a bad reputation. She is changing my man Bill Belichick. Completely changing him for the better. And now I bet you North Carolina, those kids, they feel it. It's going to be North Carolina. If it wasn't for Dabo, North Carolina win the ACC this year. But Dabo's going to get in the way of all that. But I'm telling you. See, Roy, she's just wearing the headphones because, that's just the vibe for a 24-year-old.
Roy said, looks like she has noise-canceling headphones on to not have to listen to monotone Bill.
See, that's cold.
We're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Duke.
Nah, Bill's got some pep in his
We're
voice,
on to Wake Forest.
some excitement in his voice. You know what I'm
Hey.
saying?
I'm happy for Bill. Listen, as a guy who's been through a divorce, nothing's going to get you back on the saddle like a woman 50 years younger.
I don't know how you can relate to that.
No, I can't. I'm just telling you. You come out of any divorce.
Right.
And you end up with someone looking like Jordan. What's her nuts?
Jordan Hudson.
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
Jordan Isabella. Jordan _ Isabella is her. That's another thing. Like, I think she lives in fantasy land.
What?
Like, her IG is Jordan _ Isabella. Not Jordan Hudson.
A lot of women, it's probably her middle name. A lot of women take the middle name because it's more flashy, you know?
Hey, man. I hope it's like you say. I hope it's love. I hope it's like Valentine's Day every day for Bill Belichick and his 24? 25?
24.
24. And they're doing Cirque du Soleil poses on the beach. I mean, Bill Belichick's former players, especially the ones he dog cussed out of New England, got to be going, where the hell was this when I was playing for that Cretan?
Wow. Good grief.
My favorite still, though, is him sneaking out of her house with no shirt on, looking frightening.
Oh, yeah. He definitely looked homely during that moment. I love that moment, though. Like, Bill's just like us.
Bill's doing the walk of shame, too.
Yeah. Like, nothing wrong with the walk of shame. Like, the dad probably came home, didn't think that he was going to be home all day. Bill, go out the back door. If the ring camera catches you, so be it. They're still together. Like, it's not like that was anything. That was the beginning, I'm sure.
How long they been together, per se?
Oh, I don't know.
How long they been together, TMZ?
That's something that the Googles would know.
Okay.
Let's see. How long has Bill Belichick been with his girlfriend? It's been 4 years since they met. So I don't know when it's been official. Dang. Bill was hollering at her when she was 20?
Hey, man. More power to him on that. But some of these Cirque du Soleil poses and that one where she's in a mermaid costume and he's like, ah. Like, some of this stuff is stranger than fiction. Mr. Grumple Stillskin.
There's been creepier moments.
Oh, really?
I'm sure there's been creepier moments.
What, like when Anna Nicole was married to a corpse?
That wasn't good.
Remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah.
R.I.P. Anna Nicole.
R.I.P. Yeah.
Oh, and that guy, Howard Marshall, his kids were like, she will not get a penny. Old Howard's like, yes, she will get pennies. Because she's making me feel tingly all over.
All right. That's enough for Chip and Say today. Let's bring on Open Gym, guys. Patrick, Matt, what's good, fellas?
What's up,
How
fellas?
you guys doing, man? Are you ready to celebrate the best holiday of the year?
That's right.
St. Patrick's Day, man. It's got a great name. Great name. It's all about drinking. It's all my favorite things put into one.
Oh, yeah.
You eat potatoes and just carbs. It's fantastic.
It's amazing.
It's a great holiday. I
guys
wish it didn't fall on a Monday, but
I got some green beer.
I got a bunch of whiskey.
That's I don't do the green beer that much anymore. I normally just stick with regular beer because at a certain point when you're like trying to put food dye in on beer 12, it becomes a problem, and then the whole house is a mess. So I tend to just stick away from it at this point. Just keep it easy.
Everybody, don't forget to go to TS Unfiltered and get signed up for our bracket challenge and the chance to win a 65-inch Samsung 4K television.
From our friends at Audiovisual Consultations.
From our friends at Audiovisual Consultations.
See you guys.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, get your brackets in, and we'll be talking plenty about that. See y'all tomorrow. Chip and Zay, always great to have them lead in. Welcome into Open Jam. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, and as well as you guys in the comments on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and X, and then over on the text line as well, 512-222-9328. Want to join the conversation? Love to hear what your opinions are after Texas does make the tournament and Texas baseball gets a sweep and is running that win streak up, and things are continuing to look on the up for a lot of places at Texas. Anything else you saw happen over the weekend, throw those in the chat. We'll get to all that because it's Open Gym. But Matt, it was a good Sunday for Texas fans as you get a doubleheader win in baseball, and Texas is dancing. Nope, you got to win an extra game to win this tournament, but Texas made it to the dance. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I had a great weekend. I was kind of bummed to miss Friday, but made up for it on Sunday when I was driving back home, seeing the Horns getting in there, and it still counts. It's still a tournament game. I feel pretty good about their chances there. So I get to keep writing Longhorns content for March Madness, which makes me very happy.
There you go. Yeah, it was definitely watching those the names come up. And the funny part is, we'll get into it. And I like, really, if you guys want to throw in the chat, I really want to know, I know the pro Rodney Terry people are like, okay, well, but I want to know where you think Rodney Terry's job security is and where you feel he has to get to be safe at this point now that he's made the tournament. I'd love to get your guys' opinion on that. If you want to throw that in the chat or the text line. But the crazy part was North Carolina came up first, and you did not expect to see both of them make it, because their resumes were so different. And, North Carolina was a team that did not have the quad one wins, but was playing pretty well down the stretch, had a winning streak going in, until they end up playing Duke a couple times there at the end, and Duke gets them twice. And they had that crazy comeback against Duke where in the ACC tournament, they're completely out of it at halftime, come back, tie the game up, but have a free throw infraction to cost them the game against Duke, which is a crazy way to lose a game against your rival in a tournament. But once they get in, you're like, oh, I don't know if we both get in. I don't think we both get in. So I think you're looking at one thing or the other, and Texas ends up getting in right after that. And we talked about it a little bit over the time, but you were like, nope, they want big names. They wanted big names in there. And they said for the first four, let's go put some big names in it. And you're going to have North Carolina in one game and Texas in the other. And it spices up that Tuesday and Wednesday a lot more than having some of your normal bubble teams. And it felt like, a lot of people are upset about that today, that a lot of people think North Carolina shouldn't have got it. And some people, I think there's some people that think there shouldn't be 14 SEC teams. I think that is also a thought from everybody in other conferences. But it does feel crazy that this is the Texas team that was able to get in, and, kind of what we talked about, Trey Johnson, and the Texas name feels like it might have carried him a little bit on this one as well.
Yeah, maybe Rick Barnes helped too with his words after the SEC tournament game about Texas absolutely being a tournament team. You love seeing him look out for his old program there. I was pretty surprised. I saw North Carolina get in, and I was like, well, that's it. I guess, no Longhorns in the postseason. They were going to decline the NIT invite reportedly. So I was prepared for the season to be over, and lo and behold, I'm on the phone with my parents, I think, when that happened. And I was pretty shocked. I thought it was a 50-50 chance going in, maybe 40-60 the other way. I wasn't too confident about it. But, the Texas name is going to draw viewers. Trey Johnson's going to draw viewers. They were playing pretty well in those last couple games. It looks like they kind of figured something out with Tremont Mark running the point, and they're kind of getting a little more comfortable there. I did see a picture of CDC not looking super happy when they made the tournament, but that's probably just contextual photography at its finest right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love to see it. I want to see what this team can do in a tournament where they're not facing, a good A&M team and then a good Tennessee team and then, all these ranked SEC. Like they're going to have they're going to have a better opportunity here against Xavier in game 1 and then, go on from there. So I'm pretty excited to see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the healthiest we've probably seen this team all year. I know Tremont Mark kind of got beat up in that last game. Caden Shedrick looked like he was – but Caden Shedrick always looks like he's getting beat up. It's just kind of – that's the plight of the undersized center is you're just constantly banging around with different guys, and every time you leave your feet, you're going to get pushed around. But Tremont Mark, and I can't remember the kid name from Tennessee, who was just going after him on that game where he was just getting beat up on Friday. It's interesting to see what Texas is going to be able to pull off in this game, because for Texas, this is a game of going up against Xavier. You're at a point now where you say, everything feels like you're at a point where you can kind of be excited and happy to look forward to making the tournament, but you have to win this game. You still have to have that mindset, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
I think they're going to be able to do it. I feel like they're going to feel like their backs are still against the wall because it's a one-game season. Every game from here on out is a one-game season. So, Rodney Terry's done pretty well in the tournament over his first couple of years. He's gotten some wins. I'm not. I haven't watched Xavier play all year, so I don't know how Texas matches up against them from player to player.
Yeah.
But
I know we'll that more into that before the game. We'll go. Yeah, I'll go do a lot more research into that.
But I know that when you have a guy like Trey Johnson, who's working his way up the NBA draft boards every single game, it feels like you're going to have a shot at least against anybody. They just have to keep playing this balanced basketball that we saw against A&M and that we saw against Vanderbilt. I didn't get a chance to watch very much of the Tennessee game, so because I had an appointment going on, so I didn't see how they played in that game. I'll have to go back and watch it. But if they can play like they played against A&M and they can play like they played against Vanderbilt, where they have multiple guys in double figures, I think they're going to be pretty good going down the line.
Yeah, I mean, because that Tennessee game, they played well, but they were never – it never felt like they were really in the game. Like, it always felt like it was like 6 or 7 points, but Tennessee was in control pretty much all the time. So you weren't getting blown out. You were always in striking distance, but they never felt like they were the better team in that game. And part of that is Tennessee was playing really well. We saw Tennessee go on to beat Auburn. And so that Tennessee team was playing really, really well. We'll see if they can continue on that track as well, because technically you would meet up with them down the road in this bracket. Manchan says, I'm thinking he needs to win 2 games, including this Wednesday, to continue as Texas basketball head coach, but he's got to do better next season. I don't know if you can, like, it's crazy to me to think that a guy can make the tournament. Now, I think if he wins, I think, you could kind of put it, if you were the first 4 and you lose to Xavier, well, you didn't really make the tournament because you didn't make the field of 64, and maybe you could make that argument. But I think if you say, well, he's making the tournament every year, and that was the litmus test at Texas. That was. Now, I know everybody wants it to be better now, and everybody wants us to step up to that next level. I get that. We should be getting there. But if we do make the tournament, and that feels like you're still kind of in this area of, well, this is what the goal is for every other coach we would have hired. Anyone else who had this job, this is good enough. But for you, it's not. You have to overachieve. And the thing is, you make the Elite 8. Guess what? Next year, if you don't make the tournament, we're firing you. We will always fire you at the drop of a hat because people don't like you. That's you can't, like, that's not a way to have a coach. So I think there has to be something set into it. I agree he's got to do better, but I think that's the point where I say go hire a GM. Will still be my sense of go hire someone to help him build a better roster next year, because clearly that's where he's having a little bit of trouble. And I think if you build that, it'll be a little bit better. But, we say this, the actual bracket for Texas is not terrible. This is not a bad bracket to get an Xavier to go, and then you would play in Illinois. Those are winnable games that you have. Even when you go against Kentucky, you might be able to beat. Kentucky's pretty beat up right now. So you're most likely playing a Kentucky team that's a little beat up. Now, they're a really good basketball team. You've seen them before already. Mark Pope is a good coach who like there's a lot of things going for Kentucky. None of these are givens, but there's a chance you could win those games. You feel much better about those games than maybe a Tennessee where you just go, it's not a good matchup for Texas. They have size and speed better than Texas does, and they're really able to use it. But I think all the rest of the games, you feel a little bit better that Texas has a shot in those matchups. So in the grand scheme of things, you'd rather be in a matchup here where you have to play the first game, but you feel okay. And normally teams that play that first game are you a little bit more warmed up and ready to go too. So you maybe be able to throw in, you get an extra game on Wednesday, and by Friday you're feeling pretty good. You got that one day in between, you're ready to rock and roll. That may be what Texas ends up doing, but I'd be curious to see when they show up and what team shows up now. Because is this the same team that was playing well down the stretch, or did you accomplish that goal and now you fall back into, kind of worrying about yourself more than worrying about the team, which is what we kind of saw glimpses of in the SEC tournament, where they put aside the squabbling about whose team it was, which is what it just felt like all season, that Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson should not be on the same team. And like, that's not a shot either the characters or person. It's just that neither one of these guys plays as well without the ball in their hands. And, I know they said that about Luka and LeBron. Luka and LeBron are two of the greatest basketball players of all time. It's a way different argument for two guys who are very young. And, one of them, Tremont Mark, is going to have a longer path to try and get to be, an NBA rotation player. But Trey Johnson's going to have to learn to play without the ball when he gets to the next level as well. And both these guys just don't seem to pick it up defensively unless they're touch the ball. And now that Tremont Mark feels like he's playing a little bit better, we may be able to move into something where this Texas team feels like this is it. This is the shot. Hey, for Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope and Julian Larry, who, we're hoping not to see a ton of Julian Larry, but for Caden Shedrick, for all these guys that are kind of on their last hurrah of college basketball, this is where the scouts are all at these games, man. These are the times that you have to go out and show out.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the GM comment you made, and we've talked about that a lot. In terms of the makeup of this team and how it wasn't fantastic, and it didn't really feel like all these pieces fit together, and they didn't really, find the right guys to have a truly successful season and what we expect out of Texas basketball on a year in, year out basis. And I kind of wonder if you could kind of look at that and, sort of use that as a check mark in Rodney Terry's column. Like, he has this team, and of course he's partially responsible for putting it all together, but he was able to get this team to the tournament and get a couple wins in the SEC tournament, despite it not being the most, well-rounded, best offensive, best defensive roster that he could have put together. And that's a heck of a coaching job, in my opinion, when you look at it from an outside perspective. Now, obviously, there's a lot of other things you could say that could take away from that. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of it, he had the team ready to play in the SEC tournament. I wonder if they had a day's rest in between the Tennessee game, if they could have put on a better performance like they did earlier in the season against Tennessee. But look, at the end of the day, the questions regarding whether or not this team is going to be up for the tournament, whether they've reached their goal or whether they're going to give up or what, any of this stuff. If I'm a basketball, and I'm just speaking for myself here, if I'm a basketball player and I get to March Madness, I reach down and I find a whole new motivation to sort of perform, because it's the biggest postseason tournament in the most popular postseason tournament of the spring in sports, right? It's not the NFL playoffs, it's not college football playoff, but it's a big deal. And these kids go to college a lot of times. Outside of the top, 15, 20 kids who are going to be one and done, the majority of college basketball players play college basketball to get to the NCAA tournament. That's what the goal is. So I feel like a lot of these kids are going to be motivated, like a Shedrick or a Jordan Pope or some of these guys who are looking to make a name for themselves in this tournament. And I think that could work to Texas's benefit here. And I think that if they play the way that they're capable of playing, like we saw against Vanderbilt and Texas A&M, then I think they're going to have a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Joe asked, will beating Xavier in Illinois be enough for RT to keep his job? It better be. Like, I don't know, unless you have somebody that's just a home run hire. I don't know who that would be, but unless you have a real home run where this is, we're expected to be competing for national championships for the next 5 seasons. Like, that is where we need to be if you're hiring another coach. If you're hiring another coach to make the tournament and win a game, you have that coach. He's there right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So and I get you want to say, can this guy go better? But, that's the one where you just, I don't know who the hire is unless CDC's got somebody and he's ready to go and they're lined up. And as soon as this postseason's done, they're going to make the move. And he's kind of hoping I don't get put into a corner because I was going to hire these guys and now I can't. It just doesn't feel like you can let a guy go at Texas who has yet to not win a tournament game in his run as Texas coach. And that's the thing. So if he doesn't win a tournament game, then maybe you could say, well, he didn't win one. And the new rule is we're giving you 2 years. And at 2 years, if you don't win a tournament game every single year, I just don't. And again, we always just get the money it's going to cost to do that. It's just so much money that I don't know if this is the time to do it with that publicity money or whatever it is, that money that now you're having a profit share with. It's not profit sharing, but it's public sharing or whatever it's called. They have a different name for it, but the same kind of thing. You have to share with the players. It means that there's a lot more money coming out of the budget, and to make a huge cost into basketball, which has never been the top thing for Texas. I know you want to sell them tickets. I know you want to get the Moody Center back up and jamming, but I don't know what the hire is that's going to do that necessarily, unless you have the guy. If CDC has the guy, I'll trust CDC. But I don't know. It feels like that's crazy to me. Just as somebody who's watched Texas basketball since like the mid '90s, probably is when I, as a younger kid, watching it. And now he's watching those teams, and then going from Penders to Rick Barnes, and then you got into the TJ Ford era, and that was kind of the best Texas basketball was. And and then they got Kevin Durant, and it kind of derailed after that. And then it was, you make the tournament a couple years, but you wouldn't really win games. It's been that way for what? 15 years now?
Yeah, I mean,
if you pretend that a guy making the tournament and winning games every year isn't enough now, just because we don't like him, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying it right now. This team has set the precedent that getting to the tournament and winning games is what they want from a head coach.
Yeah.
So if Rodney Terry keeps getting to the tournament and winning games, he's hitting that mark. So you don't really have grounds to fire him unless you can figure out something else. I mean, yeah, losing to Xavier wouldn't be the best look for him, considering that that's what they're looking for. But, I mean, Rick Barnes didn't win a tournament game in every single year that he was with the Longhorns.
He didn't make the tournament every year he was with the Longhorns.
Yeah. So, like, you can't just go back and retroactively say, well, we didn't win a tournament game. We got to move on. It's got to be something different. It has to be, not making the tournament would have been enough for me.
Yeah.
To substantiate firing Rodney Terry and moving on if they had the right guy. Even if they did have a guy who they thought could do better than that, the money situation is concerning, and it's a big obstacle. So I don't know. Since the start of the SEC tournament, when we really started talking about the money and all that stuff, I've been on the train of at least give Rodney Terry another year, the final year of his contract, to prove that he can do more and to prove that he can be successful and compete in the SEC and win multiple tournament games. And if, the same thing happens next year that happened this year, where they barely make it by the skin of their teeth and they don't win a tournament game, like say they lose to Xavier, then next year they either don't make it or don't win a tournament game, then you can justify moving on. But right now it's really hard to justify for me unless they have, something secret working in the wings that CDC is going to pull off and shock everybody.
Yeah. And Joe, you're right. UNC is taking the heat off of Texas. That now no one's mad that Texas made it. I don't think there's people that are, depending if you're probably Fox is probably not thrilled about it because Fox doesn't have ACC or the SEC, so they're probably a little bit more annoyed about it. But did
Ohio State make it?
Oh, I don't know.
I can't recall if Ohio State made it.
To look through the bracket, I can't tell off the top of my head.
There's a lot of teams to look through, but I mean,
I don't believe they did.
I'm sure Fox would have loved to have Ohio State make it instead of North Carolina or Texas, but that's neither here nor there. Joe says they did not make it. So.
They did not make it. Let's look through. I just want to get if you've been able to look through this bracket. I have a few games that are kind of interesting and things that stuck out to me from early on. Just looking at the bracket to get a little excited about this coming up this week. As we go in, we'll dive more into it. Reminder, if you want to join our bracket, go check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered on your social media. And you'll be able to go out and check and find something. Find a chance to enter into our competition, and the winner of the TSU Bracket Madness Challenge will receive a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV, courtesy of our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. So cool prize there if you want to join in on that bracket. I'll have mine in there. I'm registered. I'm ready to go. I've not gone bracket wise yet. I think I do have to wait till Texas plays to really do it. I may have to put one in and then alter it a little bit, depending. Because I may be a homer on this one. But a couple games in there that are a little interesting to me. That A&M Yale game is an interesting one to me. A&M hasn't played exceptionally great down the stretch. They've shown that they can get upset in different points, and Yale is a team that had a run last season as well. They're a pretty well coached team. They're a pretty well put together team for what they are. It's just an interesting one. A&M should be able to handle it, but that's an interesting game that I like looking at. You also like looking down at that Kansas-Arkansas matchup is going to be a fun one. Kansas versus Arkansas, where you get Bill Self versus John Calipari in the first round. Doesn't happen a lot that you get two legendary Hall of Fame coaches going against each other in the first round. Arkansas is pretty beat up, but they played well down the stretch. Kansas just hasn't played well all season. Hunter Dickinson, if he shows up and has good games, they win, and if he doesn't, they lose. And that's what happens when you put everything on the back of Hunter Dickinson. Another interesting one over in the Midwest bracket is Houston and Gonzaga being right next to each other. Houston and Gonzaga are two teams with the longest streaks of Sweet 16s. So making it to the second weekend, they've both done it all of the last 4 seasons since COVID. They've been in there. That will not happen this year because they will play in the round of 32. If they both win, they have to face off in the round of 32. So that'll be an interesting piece that one of those guys, I think Gonzaga's been in the Sweet 16 9 straight years. Or 9 straight tournaments, but yeah, because you missed a year. But 9 straight tournaments, which is a crazy stat, but it could come to an end here with Houston, or they get to keep theirs going and knock off a 1 seed. But one interesting thing to catch there. And then that 8-9 seed in up there with Mississippi State and Baylor, I think is going to be a good matchup as well. That Mississippi State's played well, but Baylor's got Scott Drew. They're good. They're a good program. They run over there. Now they get away with some things, but they're a good program. So,
yeah, I don't like Baylor at all ever, but I have them beating Mississippi State. That should be a fun matchup. Yeah, no, I agree with you on the A&M Yale matchup. I actually have Yale upsetting A&M in that one because I was looking at that game earlier today. And just kind of digging into Yale a little bit, they shoot the 3 really well.
Yeah,
really, really well. So that could be scary for A&M if they're not, minding their P's and Q's there on defense. I'm interested to see what Texas Tech does against, having a potential matchup with Missouri in the second round. I also like that Kansas-Arkansas matchup. Let's see what else we have here. It's these 3-14 matchups these 4-13 matchups that are really interesting because there's been a 4 seed upset by a 13 seed like 5 years in a row. I think so. Akron, Arizona, Yale, A&M, High Point, Purdue, and Maryland and Grand Canyon. I feel like if the trend continues, one of those games is at least going to be a hell of a matchup. Yale A&M is obviously my pick for that, but it seems like any of those could be up for grabs.
We know Matt Painter gets fired at Texas if he loses in the first round again, right?
he very well could.
I mean, Purdue, that's that. We had that 116. Yeah, if you lose a 116 game and then 2 years later lose a 4-13 game, that is, you get a reputation real quick.
Yeah, but I picked my whole bracket yesterday as soon as the bracket challenge went live for Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't know if you want me to go into who I have winning the whole thing, but
Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of went chalk. I didn't have very many upsets outside of Yale A&M and I think one other one in here somewhere. But my Final Four is all 1 seeds, and I have Houston winning the whole thing. I feel like it's the way that they've been playing the last couple of years. It's only a matter of time before they break through. So we'll see, I guess. But I really like Houston's team a lot.
Yeah, I know, and it does feel like the Auburn is worn off a little bit because a lot of people have them going chalk, but not a lot of people have them winning the title, even though they just had such an amazing season. It feels like there's a little bloom off of that now. So that one's not there as much. Florida, I've seen a lot of people taking Florida, that they're a very hot pick right now. Duke is the question. What does Cooper Flagg do in March? Like, does he come back? Is he the same player? Is the ankle injury not that bad? Because if the ankle injury is bad, Duke is the one falls apart really quick. And they don't necessarily have the hardest road to get there. There's not a lot of great teams. I mean, maybe Alabama could knock them off if Alabama just starts nailing threes and Duke doesn't have an answer for it. That could be one that could, throw you off. That's still a 2. But if that Florida's going to be, Florida versus UConn, the second round would be a really big game as well. Your 2-time defending national champion that is not as good this year, which surprisingly, once again, it's really hard to keep a team going year after year, especially in NIL, because, the boosters and donors over at UConn are like, we spent a lot of money and we won 2 rings, which is great. But I noticed I made no more money. I just spent money. There is no ROI on NIL for a lot of these people. And so if you're spending and you're throwing $15 million and $10 million, and then you come back and you go, I spent $25 million and y'all made $50 million and I made 0. So now I know I get seats and I can get all these other nice things and I don't mind doing it, but maybe you ask somebody else for some money this time. That's why you always wanted to have that one sugar daddy who's just a billionaire and just like, oh yeah, what? I'll give your whole school, $60 million a year? Cool. That's fine. It's nothing to me. I make $60 million a month. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I really like the UConn Florida matchup just because, I know UConn's not as good as they have been in the past couple of years, but back-to-back defending champs, you can't ever count that out until they go down. So I don't know. I mean, I saw Florida dominate Ole Miss. That's the only game I've watched Florida play recently, and they looked really freaking good.
Yeah, I mean, that Ole Miss, if it's Ole Miss, North Carolina would be a fun matchup as well to watch and just see if North Carolina's been playing well. I know San Diego State's made some runs in the past. I just haven't watched as much San Diego State this year. One of those teams that ends up having to play in the West, so they play at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Who's like the trendy sleeper pick this year?
I don't know I don't know if I've seen who the trendy sleeper pick would be. I have to go through and look at everybody's stuff and then see who's one of the people that a lot of people seem to be picking. But yeah, I don't know. You have to kind of get that nice bracket as well. You got to get into the right place. But yeah, that Ole Miss, that's just another one where you get to see that Ole Miss looked okay in the tournament. They gave Auburn a run for their money in that game, but it came up short. So if Ole Miss see what they're able to do, having to play one of those 6-11 matchups, which almost always gives you an upset in that 6-11 somewhere along the line. So hopefully the Texas one will be the upset and we won't have to worry about it. But very happy. I'd love, guys, if you want to throw in the comments, you want to throw into the chat, which you think Rodney Terry has to do to keep his job, or if he's done enough already just making the tournament, what Texas does, what your expectations are for the tournament. Throw any of those in there. I want to get over and talk, because we'll keep talking basketball all through the week as we are into March and the madness is happening. I don't know if you can say all those things together anymore without the lawsuits coming, but I did. We also saw Texas baseball over the weekend ends up getting a 3-game sweep. They move up the Friday game and then put a doubleheader on Sunday. I know Mississippi State came out on Thursday. It was like, we're not going to do that. Weather will be fine. And then they did it. But you get an 8-7 win. They'll come back win there for Texas on Friday. They get a 5-3 win and a 4-1 win on Sunday. Those are both 7-inning games. But a pretty nice weekend for Texas. You didn't have to use too much pitching. Jared Spencer goes 5 2/3 on that first game. He does give up a few runs, gets you in a little bit of trouble, but what do you see late? Late runs for Texas, 5 runs in the 7th inning for Texas. That's where they're really starting to hit. You want to have good teams that once they start to get going, they continuously get runs in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, those later innings. They were able to get 2 in the 7th on the first game on Sunday. They got 2 in the 7th on the late game on Sunday as well. But we didn't see a ton of pitching. I think we saw 3 a game in all of these games. I think maybe just 2 on Saturday. We saw Dylan Volantis come in and pick up 2 saves over the weekend as well. He is no longer the Sunday starter. I believe they feel better about using him in that closer role. So he has come in and got 2 saves there. Ruger Rojas came in and pitched 2 innings and got the win with Luke Harrison starting on the Sunday first game. And then the Sunday late game, you see Jason Flores actually be the Sunday starter, which I know is all confusing because there's a doubleheader. Max Grubbs comes in and pitches 3 1/3 to get out of that one as well. The strikeout numbers still a little higher than you want them to be. The left on base a little higher than you'd like it to be, especially on Sunday. But you can kind of chalk that up to being a doubleheader, and just trying to figure out how to get your days right and everything else. Tuesday, the Friday game, 11 strikeouts. I'd like to see that number go down a little bit for Texas. I know that's kind of, you're going to swing the bat. I get it. You want to swing the bat. But it was overall a really good weekend for Texas baseball. Good to see them continue on that win streak. They have a game against UTSA coming up tomorrow, and then that gigantic series against LSU that'll be this weekend. That is where the SEC starts. It's Mississippi State, SEC team, good team. It was a really good test to see what they could do. But I think, you can't look past Tuesday, and then getting to Friday is going to be, okay, can you really hang with the big boys and win a series at home, but against one of the best teams in the country?
Yeah, what is a 17-game win streak now? Is that right? Yeah, so I mean that's the Jim Schlossnagle effect. It's pretty crazy to see the transition this team has made just from one year to the other. They look extremely good. They're in the top 10 now per D1 baseball at number 8. You definitely can't look past UTSA. They beat A&M already this year. A&M fell out of the top 25 after starting the season as the consensus number 1 team in the country. This has to be the most disappointing number 1 team in quite some time in college baseball. But
and there was some, there's a big injury in there as well. So it's not just lowered expectations, but I will say you expect to still be better than this.
Yeah, if you're the number 1 team in the country, you expect not to lose a bunch of midweek games to bad teams, which they've lost like 3 or 4. So anyway, look, it's great for Texas baseball. This midweek game is not going to be the easiest one because we've seen what UTSA can do against a good team. But if they can go in and LSU and win that series, they don't have to sweep it, obviously, because that would be incredible. But if they can go and get 2 out of 3 in that series, then you really know this team is for real. I think Schloss is going to have them ready to play. He's had them ready to play all year long. So it'll be really interesting and really interesting to see how this team performs the rest of the SEC schedule, because this is a really tough conference, and it always is.
Yeah, but you're playing the number 2 team in the country at LSU on Friday, so it is going to be number 2 ranked. They still could be the best team, but that's going to be a huge matchup. And if you win that series, I think you feel really, really good about going forward. And as long as you don't get swept, I think you're pretty okay with it. So I'll go with that one. Joe says Texas plus 25,000 to win it all might be worth a $1 for grins. That is. I mean, for $1, you can't go wrong to win a couple grand doing that. But no, that is the sad part about this is a team that you're like, you don't have, even as a homer, I can't take this Texas team to win the whole thing. I can't go that far.
I mean, it really is crazy when you look at how good the SEC is, by the way.
Yeah.
There's 6 teams in the top 10, including the top 4, all being SEC, Tennessee, LSU, Arkansas, Georgia. Then you have Texas number 8, Oklahoma number 10, Alabama 12, Florida 13, Ole Miss 18, Auburn 20, Vanderbilt 22. I mean, it's crazy. it's going to be really, really hard to navigate this schedule for any of these teams.
No, the SEC is just stacked at every sport. It's crazy. It is
Mhm.
it is really crazy how much they're able to work across being, up there. It's one of the best football conferences, and that's more debatable. They are the best basketball conference, and they are the best baseball conference. Those are not debatable. So,
Probably best softball too.
Probably the best softball as well too, because if you bring Texas and Oklahoma in, so that's automatically going to up you quite a bit, and they were already pretty good. Probably the best women's basketball too. Amazing, the best women's basketball as well. Yeah, they're just really good across the board in the SEC. It's nice to be in there, working in a conference that can excel at the level Texas is. Why don't we take a quick break, get a couple words from our sponsors, and then I'll tell you what, we'll come back and I want to talk a little NFL with you, Matt. Kind of recap where Texans are. Made a couple moves here in the last day or so. We talked to you about where the Cowboys are in their NFL free agency, and kind of get caught up with what's been happening in NFL as we keep going on. Maybe we'll get into another mock draft. I saw Joel Klatt put out a new mock draft, so I'll listen to him as a college guy. You get a lot of NFL guys doing these. Joel Klatt's more of a college guy doing it. So we'll get into all of that when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. Father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling along here with you guys in the chat. Naman Robert says track too. Yeah, the SEC is really good in a lot of things. I don't know how the SEC is in track, but I'll take your word for it. I am not aware. I know Texas is good at everything, but I'm not. I've not gone too far into it. I'm not the track guy. Being a slow person, maybe not be as interested in track. I didn't want to. Everything I could do in that didn't sound like as much fun. Let's get into a little NFL talk, Matt. As we get into it, we'll start with the Cowboys. Why don't we? And a little look at what they've been up to. I want to get your viewpoint on what the Cowboys have done. They have not done nothing. They've done more than maybe they've done in years past. They still have not reached the contract extensions where they are not able. They have not got the contract extensions done for Micah Parsons. there talks now after you let some of your other guys go, that maybe Deron Bland, you want to get into contract extension talks with him, say let's figure it out now as opposed to letting this play out and then we have to do it at the end of the year. Both those players are contract extension eligible, and neither one of those seem like they're happening very quickly. But we did see that they did end up picking up another running back. So now they have 2 running backs on their roster. Rico Dowdle is gone, but you did pick up Javonte Williams last week and Miles Sanders this week. Are you worried at all that this means they're not going to draft the running back until late?
No, I'm not. I mean, both of those guys are on 1-year deals. Neither of them are really stars. They're just kind of complimentary, they're good players, but they're not, guys that you're going to build your running game around necessarily. So I don't think that means that they're going to not target somebody in the draft. It could mean that maybe they're a little bit more comfortable waiting until round 2. Then maybe that means Ashton Genty's off the table and they don't feel like they have to reach that far up to get a running back. But I like the Miles Sanders pick. When he was good the last couple of years, he was pretty good. And, it's just a matter of, how they utilize those players and what the offense will look like under Brian Schottenheimer. But I told you last week, I think the Cowboys have had a pretty quietly nice offseason. It's not flashy, but they filled some holes. They've got some guys with some, some upside that have had some injury issues in the past that maybe didn't hit at the places they were before, like the defensive end from the Saints, former first-round pick. And then they got Collier, who's a former first-round pick, and he's had some big plays in his career. He's also had some injury issues, but that gives you a little bit more depth at the corner. And I really like the Kenneth Murray pickup at linebacker. He's a very smart player, very athletic, sideline to sideline linebacker. So that's something they really needed. In terms of the contract extensions, what the Houston Texans did today with Derek Stingley gives me a little bit of pause about Deron Bland. Because that completely reset the market for corners. I mean, he's making $5 million more than the next highest paid corner. So if you're going to extend Deron Bland, who now has an argument to say that he should be the highest paid corner in the NFL because of, setting an NFL record in 2023 and 14 interceptions in 3 years. And he's statistically, just big stat to big stat, tackles, interceptions, all those kinds of things, better than Derek Stingley. I think Derek Stingley is probably a better cover corner in terms of skill set. But when you look at the stats, Deron Bland has been more productive. So all of a sudden you're kind of looking at Deron Bland like, are we going to have to pay this guy $31 million a year? So that gives me a little bit of pause. It makes me think.
I'll say this. I think Deron Bland is a little easier to negotiate because guys who have no money, like Deron Bland has no money. It's a little easier to negotiate with those guys because they can't hold out for it. They're like, I need to secure my family's wealth. And so when you say right now I have money, but after I'm paying my agents and everything else, I'm not necessarily in the same ballpark as if I can sign that big contract. And the difference of $8-10 million, but I need the years. Give me 4 years and guaranteed money, and I can now my family's set for life. I feel like that one is a little bit bigger for guys like that. And so sometimes you can get away with maybe not having to make him the highest paid. You just got to take good care of him.
Yeah. And look, maybe they'll sign him to, somewhere between 25 and 30 million and they'll feel okay about it. But, Trevon Diggs, 19 million a year seemed like a lot when they did his extension. And now all of a sudden it's jumping up a few more $1 million. So it kind of makes me think that they're going to look really hard at corner in the first round.
Yeah.
They need an edge, obviously, but corners is still, a big issue because you're not going to have Trevon Diggs for a little bit of the season. So you're going to be a little iffy there despite the, Kyrie signing and those kinds of things because you lost Jordan Lewis. So maybe they look at a Midday Barron or maybe they look at Will Johnson if he's still on the board. But that would be a position that and edge would be the two positions in the first round that I really see them looking hard at. And if they get Jahdae Barron and maybe they feel a little bit better about, maybe we don't really need to get in a bidding war for a Deron Bland.
Yeah. Yeah, or we, see if we can move Trayvon Diggs and then keep Deron Bland, but maybe we don't need to have both of those guys.
Right.
We can have one guy on a rookie contract and one guy not. That's a reality I think you could see. But I'm just been curious because that extension, and I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to ask you also about Dante Fowler Jr. Bringing him back to the Cowboys. It's 1 year up to $8 million. By the way, a lot of these Cowboys contracts are 1 years. They're going 1 year on a lot of guys right now, which I don't know if that's just negotiation wise. They don't want to get stuck in the long term, or if they have a plan and they're thinking we may be moving off Dak Prescott here in a year or two. And we don't want to be tied into anything. If we're going to make a big change in a year or two, we'd like to have we have a more flexibility. If they're trying to reset the cap, I don't know what it is, but they're clearly signing Miles Sanders, Jack Sanborn, Paris Campbell, Javonte Williams, Peyton Turner, Robert Jones, and Dante Fowler all signed for 1 year. And CJ Goodwin, they re-signed for 1 year. Still a lot of guys on 1 year deals.
Well, I think that's kind of typical of the Cowboys at the same time. I can see your train of thought there, and it does make sense. But it also is kind of just a Cowboys move to do that. They haven't signed a free agent to, a multi-year deal worth more than $6 million since like Greg Hardy, for an outside free agent. So it's been a minute. I think that the Dante Fowler thing is good. It gives you depth at a position where you need depth. I don't think that they're doing that necessarily to stave off a draft need. They want to get another big time edge, I think. But you would like to see them be more aggressive in free agency with some of these key positions. And I understand, you don't want to tie up your cap for an offensive guard on his second or third deal and keep him in town for 3 or 4 years when he could break down. And that whole idea of drafting and growing your own talent and that being your bread and butter, it's like, that's fine, but you also have to draft well for that to work, and they haven't been doing that necessarily as well as they have been in the past in the last couple of years. And then you kind of look at what the Eagles do, and the Eagles just do whatever they want. They're just going to go spend the money they need to spend, and they'll figure it out later, and that's why they just won a Super Bowl. So if you're the Cowboys and you keep, tiptoeing around the cap and tiptoeing around spending money in free agency and making these big trade deals, then you're probably going to stay where you are. And that's kind of what they've been doing this offseason. But the players that they have brought in, I think, could have an impact, which is good.
Yeah. What's your viewpoint on Cooper Rush now becoming a Baltimore Raven? Signs a 2-year deal with the Ravens. The Cooper Rush era is over in Dallas. Does this make you like they have to draft a quarterback now? It feels like, even if they sign somebody else and they put somebody else in there, it feels like you got to at least draft somebody now. And that's kind of where, when I put it, I saw Joe put up that I saw an article this weekend saying the Cowboys may take Quinn Ewers in the 3rd round or in the 2nd round. I think that there's more smoke to that now that, maybe we'll take that. And that's why I say the 1-year contracts. Maybe let's draft the guy. And if we get really lucky, the same way we took Trey Lance, we'd be fine moving on from Dak if we find the next guy, but we don't necessarily want to take a big swing and miss with another guy. So we want to get somebody else that we feel like is already in the building when we want to do it. Do you think this means they may take a quarterback in the first few rounds?
Yeah, I think they have to. You don't want Will Greer. I think it's Will Greer. Is there technically their backup now? You don't want
he's got a long-term contract either.
Yeah,
so he's probably a free agent, but
yeah, you don't want that. You can't have that in case Dak, has another injury where he's out for a few games or potentially out for the season. So you got to draft somebody who, you feel comfortable that even if he's not going to start a whole season necessarily, that he can come in and he can run the offense. He's smart enough to absorb it. He's got some toughness. He's got some intangibles. He's a smart guy. He can read coverages. He's got a good enough arm, like all those things. I didn't think Cooper Rush really fit any of those things outside of, knowing the offense. And I really don't think that he fits the Baltimore Ravens offense very well. So that's interesting for them. But
I think they just wanted somebody. I think they've been trying to get somebody who fits that offense. And I think the Ravens just finally went, let's just go get somebody who can win us 2 games. Get somebody who can win us 2 games. It's all we really want. And so we'll just get a guy who knows what he's doing. He's a smart quarterback, not going to try and do too much. We'll hand the ball off to Derrick Henry. We've got good wide receivers now. So we'll just be easy and we'll kind of shift their offense. I get it because I think they've kept trying to find like another mobile quarterback. Like, but no one's Lamar Jackson, so it doesn't work. So just get a guy who's reliable. And Cooper Rush has been proven to be very reliable.
Yeah, and I think that if you're looking at quarterbacks in the draft who could potentially fit what it sounds like the Cowboys offense is going to be like, then Quinn Ewers, in that second to third round range certainly fits that mold.
Hey, and I'll tell you this about Quinn Ewers. He's got the tough skin.
He really does.
He
has tough skin.
Cowboys guy.
And he's tough on the field too. Like, yeah, he has injury issues, but he plays through pain. He doesn't go down easy. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of a stage. So I think that there's a lot of different reasons that they would be interested in looking at him in the second or third round. I would certainly be very happy with it as a Cowboys fan because I'm a big fan of Quinn as well. I just, there's a couple of guys you can look at and say, okay, this makes sense. Quinn is certainly one of them. I think Jackson Dart would be gone already. So that, he would be a good fit, I think, but he's probably going to be gone. If he's not, then maybe you have an interesting conversation there. And I'm biased, so I would probably still go Quinn in that situation, but because I don't have a lot of confidence in Jackson Dart. But he's a good player. He's very talented. So those are a couple guys you can look at and say, yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. And if you decide to wait till later, it gets a little bit more murky because, Dylan Gabriel, for example, is a guy who has a lot of the same skill set as Dak did coming out of college. He can run, he can throw, he's very mobile, he's very smart, good leader, but he's undersized, he's small. So I don't really like that. Will Howard, I don't think is going to be a viable long-term NFL player either. So it kind of depends where these quarterbacks start to fall. It's kind of a contextual thing because if there's a big run on quarterbacks that gets started because Shador and Cam Ward go early and then Jackson Dart goes in the first round, then you kind of look at it and you're like, okay, well, now we have to jump on something here in the second round. I hope they don't have to do that because I think that if there isn't that run on quarterbacks and they could potentially wait till the third round and get a Quinn. But it'll certainly be very interesting to watch. It's probably going to be the one thing in the draft that I'm watching the most closely is when those quarterbacks start to go. But they certainly like Quinn based on some reports that I've seen. So and I'm not surprised because he's a really good player, despite what a lot of Texas fans seem to think for some reason.
No, that's what I say. As someone who's done radio in this town long enough, there are two guys who you could see throw for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns in a win. And on Monday, people come back and go like, I don't know why we're playing that guy. He sucks.
Yeah.
Like, that is 100% that guy. Or he could have 5 games in a row where he plays great. And the 6th game he underperforms. And they go, we should trade him right now. And you're like, why should we get rid of him right now?
Yeah, or a guy that throws for 350 yards in the SEC championship and has you on the doorstep to winning it at your first year in the conference. But oh wait, no, we should have played Arch that game.
Should have played Arch.
No, you just shouldn't have let the quarterback get Georgia get hurt. That's what you should have done.
That's the reality. Then we go over to Houston. They've made some big moves. The biggest move was today that they re-signed or gave a contract extension to Derek Stingley, making him the highest paid DB. This feels like it was somewhat of and it's a David Mulligetta, Texas boy, who is getting guys paid. David Mulligetta does not mess around. But he goes out there and gets a 3-year, $90 million deal. I've not heard how much of that's guaranteed yet.
89 million.
89?
Mm-hmm.
So $1 million is not guaranteed.
Right.
Hang your point. It will not be fully guaranteed. No, but it's a huge contract for Derek Stingley. He was the guy that you drafted in the pick before Sauce Gardner. In that first year, Sauce Gardner had a really, really great year, and Stingley had a good one, but you felt like maybe we made the wrong guy. And then Stingley has kind of outperformed and outpaced him since, especially in the D'Amico Ryans defense. D'Amico, he's really stepped up his game and plays really well in that. They're clearly trying to make sure this defense is set up to win long term. That's what they're going to be based on. It's a D'Amico Ryans team. You're going to be trying to base it in that. You hope that CJ Stroud and the offense is going to be able to do enough on the other end to help win you some games, but they want to be a really good defensive team. But they reset the market, and, I think every other team in the NFL always hates when anybody resets the market. we'll talk about what
Jets
the
are
Bengals
pissed, I can
did as
tell you
well.
that.
But they were able to get the contract extension. It's done. You don't have to worry about that now. You're more aware of what your cap space is going to be coming up in the next few years. But that's a huge, huge contract extension for the Texans and for Derek Stingley.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to see that. I mean, I think Derek Stingley's a tremendous football player. Don't get me wrong. He was drafted high for a reason. And when he's been healthy, he has been an extremely good corner for the Texans. Extremely good. My issue with Derek Stingley is him staying healthy, because in the last 3 seasons, his rookie season, he only played 9 games. His 2023 season, he only played 11 games. Last year was his first, full season in the NFL where he hasn't gotten hurt, and he made a Pro Bowl, and he was first team All Pro. And he was very low, but he made the tally for the Defensive Player of the Year award from the AP. But he had 5 interceptions, and he's really, really good, and he's the best player in a secondary that's very good. But the big question mark with guys like that, and why I wasn't a fan of the Cowboys extension of Trevon Diggs, is be consistent and be healthy. And he's only done that for 1 season, so that's the only thing that really gives me pause about that deal.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. You're always going to take risks. I think that they were just I'm happy with the deal in the fact of you're not worried about it now, that it's done. You can move on. You can get ready to do your football season now. You understand where you're at. They also did bring in another cornerback just right before we came on air. They signed another player, which I have to go back and look at now because my memory is gone as I get older. But they were able to sign a cornerback right when we were coming on the air. I'll go back and find that. But they're really trying to shore up that secondary, make sure that they're feeling a little bit better about it going into the draft, that it's not going to be a problem need. I mean, really, their defense doesn't feel like you're going to have to draft too many guys in that defense. Ronald Darby, they signed over there. He is on a 1-year deal. So, yeah, he's not a star player, but he's a good player. You're able to get him to come in as well. So you feel a little bit better about that secondary now. You feel you get CJ Gardner-Johnson as well in that trade. So you got safeties now you feel pretty good about. You feel good about, maybe you want to add another linebacker in that draft. Maybe if you late in the rounds, you'll take an interior defensive tackle, but you feel good about your edges. It feels like the Texans are pretty set on that defense, and you can use the draft now to build around the offense. Laramie Tunsil spoke today and, said, I understand the business. And he basically said the same thing about why would Derek Stingley. He goes, they just hit on a lot of draft picks. So they want to keep them. And so I get pushed out because it's like, I get it. It's business, but they hit on too many guys. And, normally football teams, you don't hit on all of them. And that's kind of where, the Cowboys have had those issues before where they hit on a lot of offensive linemen. And so it's not a flashy, fun thing, but now you got to pay 4 guys top of the dollar to stay on your line. If you don't, people think you're just letting guys go and being cheap. But, those types of things have happened to the Cowboys plenty of times. For the Texans, this is a big season, and you just wonder, what are they going to do on that offensive end? The offensive line still is unsure.
To say the least, yeah.
The best way I can say that they trade Fred Ingram. They've brought in a couple of guys. They're not, Lincoln Tomlinson. Nothing that you're really super excited about on this offensive line. They believe they've got guys that are going to be able to play and be able to go. You still feel like this is an offensive line draft for them in the first round, that they just have to get somebody else on that offensive line, because you've got Christian Kirk now. You'd like to get a wide receiver, but you maybe can push that to the second round now. And, I'd like to get a running back because it's a deep running back class. I'd like to get a running back out of there too, because David Pierce just hasn't really been consistently good. So if you're able to get, this is one where Cam Scatterby would be an interesting name for the Texans to pick up as somebody that if it doesn't work out, but you get him in the 3rd or 4th round, you feel okay with that maybe he's a difference maker, that you can find different ways to use him. But if he's not, okay, we'll just move on after a year or two and just say that was a failed experiment. But it was the risk reward was pretty high on that one. We always talk about Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon is all over the draft boards. Some people take him as, one of the top 5 running backs in the draft, and others think he's a day 3 pick. So depending on him, he's another guy you may say, well, last year the line wasn't there, but we think we can get him and turn him into a really good back. But you have an aging Joe Mixon. We know he's going to miss games, and you need to be able to run the football just to be able to help out a little bit more on that offensive line. So that'll be interesting to see what they do there. And if you look at both these teams, though, I think they've both done well enough in free agency in the offseason. It's definitely a crapshoot for Texans on that offensive line, but defensively, they've rebuilt what they wanted to put in there and solidified that. Offensively, there's just question marks that no one's going to know until the season starts. Are they able, with Nick Caley and Popovich as a new promoted offensive line coach, to turn this offensive line around and give any sort of amount of time to CJ Stroud to operate?
This is the problem that I had with Laramie Tunsil's comments, is I do believe that the Texans do hit on a lot of draft picks, and that's why they are where they are. Where they don't hit on those draft picks is along the offensive line. Yeah. So that's not why you got pushed out, Laramie Tunsil. You got pushed out because you had a big contract coming. You didn't play well last year, and they wanted to get some draft capital so they could rebuild that offensive line, hopefully. They're going to have, I think, the 25th pick. Is that right? So yes. They're going to have to hope that one of these 4 offensive tackles slides to them.
Or if you start to see them go, you got to trade up.
Right.
You can try and do that as well.
And we've seen them trade up. They are not afraid to do that whatsoever.
No.
We saw what they did with the CJ Stroud, Will Anderson draft. They got very, very aggressive when they saw a guy that they wanted and they needed, and they did it twice. So if they, come out and they see 3 offensive tackles go in the first top 10, first 10 picks, then they're probably going to trade up and they're going to use some of that draft capital that they got from Laramie Tunsil, and they're going to go get, whichever offensive tackle is left over from that. Or if they, really, really, really love, let's say, Kelvin Banks, and he's sitting there at number 10, maybe they go all in and they move up to number 10 and they drafted Kelvin Banks. So it just feels like they have to pick multiple offensive linemen in this draft.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It feels like they have to. I mean, it's that question of, you like to be able to get some other impact players, and are you able to find linemen that can play for you a little bit later in the draft instead of having to use pick 1, pick 2, and pick 3 on offensive linemen to kind of keep yourself in there and be alive? Or can you maybe take a wide receiver or running back or somebody else in there that makes you feel a little bit better about what you're going to be doing next year on the offensive end in terms of dynamic players?
Well, maybe they'll get lucky and they'll have another Laramie Tunsil gas mask incident with one of the top tackles, and he'll slide down and they'll be able to not spend as much money trading up,
So you hope? You hope for another, guys, smoke some weed. I mean, I don't know if it'll have the same implications anymore.
It probably wouldn't, but it was still a very bad look for Laramie.
It was bad.
He could have been a top 3 pick, and he slid all the way down to 13. So, it seems like there's always some big sliders because of like some dumb mistake or a character issue. So maybe that happens with offensive linemen, but it just feels like they're going to have to spend a lot of their draft capital on that. And it's unfortunate because they need a lot of help everywhere.
No, and that's what we saw too. We saw, and we'll go into the Joel Klatt mock here in a minute, but that Shedeur Sanders right now, a lot of people have Shedeur Sanders sliding. And the slide for Shedeur Sanders, I understand it in one sense, in that people are looking at it and go, well, he's just ranked like positionally. If you just say best overall talent, he's like 20, 22, something like that. So you think he'd fall a little bit further, or maybe someone has him at 30. There's just not, it's a weak quarterback class. And so we're not ranking any of our quarterbacks as, maybe Cam Ward's a first round talent. We think Shedeur is actually a second round talent. In most drafts, it was a better quarterback draft to be a second round talent. And you see it, and then there's debates on why that is. And at the reality of it is, you look at it too, and you say, dude, this happened to CJ Stroud. This happens almost every year. It's like almost every year somebody will come in and, and they'll try and dissuade. And especially when there's only 2 quarterbacks with the grade that people want, they're going to try and knock one of them down. And it feels like Shedeur's that guy this year that every team is going to talk bad about, but half the teams would draft if he fell to him.
Yeah.
And so
Shedeur also, to me, if I'm an NFL franchise, like Shedeur has some things with him where with the just I don't think he's a bad kid, so I don't want to get clipped and say that he's a bad kid or anything like that. But he's got some pompous about him, and he's got the Deion Sanders thing that maybe works for him, maybe works against him. Maybe they don't want that kind of distraction in their franchise. I can see some franchises that wouldn't necessarily want that, so maybe that contributes to the slide a little bit. But he's just for my money, he's just not the likable, straight-laced quarterback that a lot of these franchises are going for early on, like CJ Stroud was. I mean, yeah, he had the bad test score, which I know never put any stock in, but Shedeur for me is just not a guy who's going to come into an NFL franchise and elevate it to the next level. And if you're going to draft a quarterback in the top 5, that's what your hope is, right? That he's going to have the Patrick Mahomes effect and take your franchise to the next level. I don't know that Shedeur has a history of doing that in college with, the Colorado teams he played for were not all that great. And I don't know that he can head into the NFL and all of a sudden make a team who's a quarterback away from being a playoff contender into a playoff contender. I just don't see it.
But I think there's something about Shedeur as well, that he is the type of guy that you look at and say, no matter what you accomplish, you're never going to accomplish as much as you say you're going to accomplish. And it's always going to be this detriment to you that you're going to say, I'm going to win a Super Bowl in the first 3 years, and you win it in year 5. And everybody goes, well, you said you do it in 3. You didn't do it. And if you say we're going to be sometimes he lets the mouth get the better of him. And so he sets his own expectations high and lets everybody hate around him. Now he wants to go in there and maybe he feeds off it. We know Deion likes to go in and stir things up so he can have that emotional baggage and emotional incentives. A lot of guys do that. You hear stories all the time, especially in the NBA, about players making up stories about other guys so they can go out there and be pissed off and play mad. That maybe Shedeur just being like, no, this way everyone hates me. And if everyone hates me, I can hate them. And then I can go out there and play better football. He's a good quarterback. When you watch him play, he's a good quarterback. I mean, he had a lot of talent around him as well in a conference that was down this year. But at the same part, you go, Shedeur is a guy. Look, Shedeur is not falling past 6. We can just say that off the top, right? That's done. He's not falling past 6. I know some people have him fall into the 20s. Some of them don't have him in the first round now. They're going to say, and I'm like, there's no way one quarterback goes in the first round. This is not how the NFL works. Owners, because there's owners that if Shedeur fell to 10 or 12, like there's ownerships that would call up or be in the war room and go, you're taking him. Because I'll sell more tickets if he's on our team.
Yeah, or we can use him as a trade chip later.
Yeah, but I'm just saying ownership, not even GM, but owners just saying, I want that name. I want Deion Sanders in my program. I want to get that guy. Like the Browns would just be like, once he falls to 15, Deion, you can't say that we can't have him anymore. you lose
your leverage at that point.
So I mean, I think that there's points of it where it's just he won't fall that. People will go after quarterbacks. I'd be more surprised if Shedeur fell past 6 than if Jackson Dart is a top 10 quarterback. That Jackson Dart is a top 10 quarterback wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I
don't think it's right, but I wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, if JJ McCarthy can be a top 10 pick, Jackson Dart certainly can.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, when we saw Bo Nix was drafted way over where he should have been, and it worked out. Just on scouting and everything else, and what his track record was, he shouldn't have been the pick where he was, and it worked. So, or at least for a season, it did. We can say that it was a really good pick for them. So, I mean, that's where we sit right now. That I just laugh at it because I've seen a lot of stuff and going back and forth, and I just keep looking at it going, this happens every year, though. Every year there's a quarterback, like the last good quarterback is always going to get disparaged because someone's trying to get him to fall. And that's when you bring up the Laramie Tunsil gas mask. I'm like, that's the same. It's all that. Someone just like, please let this guy fall. Please, somebody let him fall to us because we really could use him. And we don't care. And he'll just be mad. He'll be more mad. He won't know we ever did it. He won't know that we were the ones spreading the rumors.
Yeah.
Joe says, does Jerry draft Shedeur if he's still on the board? I don't know. Possibly. Very possibly. If Shedeur is on the board, he drafts him at 12.
Seems like kind of a Jerry move. We know he really wanted Johnny Manziel.
He did. And I don't know who's in that room would talk him out of it at this point.
Steven.
I don't know if Steven would talk him. I don't know if he could.
I mean, he talked him out of Johnny. I think that I do think you're right, though. I don't think that he could talk Jerry out of having Dion as part of his whole thing. That would be a lot harder.
And two, Johnny was a lot easier to talk out of because you were like, hey, Jerry, let me put you in this room. This guy does lots of cocaine, like lots. Yeah. And he's going to, like, he'll be suspended within like a week if he comes to Dallas. Like, we can't have him here. And so I think you could have a little bit of a different conversation where Shedeur, you're like, yeah, he's cocky. Who cares? Half of our players are cocky. We saw the whole DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons going at each other over the weekend.
That was hilarious.
We saw that, which was great. Which if you didn't see that, go find it. But yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence taking a shot that the Cowboys wouldn't win a championship. Micah Parsons responding, "This is a clown move. This is what it looks like when you're jealous or whatever." And then DeMarcus Lawrence like, it's true. You know you're not going to win one. Yeah. And then they stop talking. Maybe if you use social media less and practice, when you're like, well, that's not Mike. It's if he wanted to guard the run, you get him on. You could really go at Micah and just be like, hey, maybe if you weren't just trying to get sacks, then we would be a better team. If you wanted, that's a realistic shot you could take at Micah Parsons. The podcast and stuff, like, I get it. Everyone does it now. You know, these guys aren't going to be practicing 24 hours a day anyway and watching film 24 hours a day. So I'd rather him be podcasting than be at a club, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
or doing other things that the Cowboys used to do when there was the White House.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
so, it is what it is. Let's get over to the Joel Klatt mock draft. I saw this one come out today, and Joel Klatt, I do respect Joel Klatt a little bit more of knowing college football and knowing these players pretty well. So I saw him have one out. I thought that would be a good one to come look at. He has got Tennessee Titans taking Cam Ward. He goes with the overwhelming theory that the Tennessee just really needs a quarterback, and they're going to go in this one. The question is, does Tennessee feel like we want to wait till next season? And we feel the quarterback class is just going to be way better next season. So why don't we try and get a couple pieces, build up our defense, build up other pieces. And then next season, when we have a pick, we'll still be in the top 5. And then we can get a quarterback that we really want. We may not get Arch, or we may not get, whoever we think, but we think there will be a better quarterback we can get than we can get right now with the number 1, because we don't like Cam or Shedeur it that way. So I think it's really all about, can Cam Ward sell the general manager and the ownership and the coaches of Tennessee that he really is the guy? And I don't know if he's done that yet. We'll know if the trade goes through or not, because I think Cam Ward does go number 1 in this draft. So I think if they don't take it, I think it's traded to the Giants or the Raiders, and they go after it. Or if the Steelers really want to surprise everybody. But I think one of those teams goes up and gets Cam Ward at 1.
Yeah, I don't see any trades in this mock draft. So yeah, I feel like that's an inevitability in a mock in the actual NFL draft, is there's going to be some trades, and I'd be shocked if Cam Ward went number 1 and it was Tennessee that was picking him. But Cam Ward is the best quarterback in the draft for my money. The way that he plays is so interesting to me, because it just looks like he's just kind of hanging out back there and, walking this way and just kind of slinging it, but it goes 60 yards right into the bucket. He's a really interesting player. If I'm Tennessee, well, really, if I'm watching this draft and I don't see Tennessee end up with Abdul Carter, I'm shocked. I don't think they stay number 1. I think they drop down to number 2, number 3, and they end up with Abdul Carter. But I think that it's probably a lock at this point that Cam Ward is going to go number 1. It's just a matter of to who.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I believe that's what it'll be. He has Cleveland taking Travis Hunter. The only interesting part, because I think, you take Travis Hunter. He's a guy that can help out you on both sides of the ball. He works hard. You'll be able to exploit him all you want. They take Myles Garrett, who demands to be traded, and then give him a ton of money. And he decides that he's okay being there for a little bit longer. But Travis Hunter, the only thing is, we sit there, we talked about Dion, and Dion has said that there were certain teams that he would try and not allow his players to go to. It does not feel like Travis Hunter is that guy. Feels like Travis Hunter is, you let me go wherever, I'll go wherever, and I'll go win. It feels that just feels more like a Travis Hunter thing. But I know Dion said it, but I've not heard one iota that Dion has said anything to Cleveland that it's not gotten out if it's true.
this whole thing with Dion being able to control where Travis Hunter, like I understand with his son where he can have a little bit more impact. I don't get how Travis Hunter could be like, no, man, I'm going to go where I want to go.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is I think that there's a point of it where he talked to Travis Hunter and he was like, hey, if you don't want to go to Cleveland, let me know and I'll vouch for you. And Travis goes, no, I'll just go. Like I'll go wherever. That's what it feels like if there was any conversations that at all.
I don't think that Travis Hunter really cares where he goes.
No, it doesn't feel like it.
No, he just wants to go where, he thinks that he's going to have a good career, and whoever picks him the highest and believes in him feels like the kind of team that he would want to go to. But he's not a Shedeur Sanders that will, try to manipulate and pick and choose and all those kinds of things. So, and Cleveland, if there's a team that needs help on both sides of the ball from one player, it's certainly the Cleveland Browns. So I think that he could be the kind of star that city needs in football. And I think he probably knows that.
Yeah. No, and I mean, like we saw his recruitment, that he was a top recruit and everything, and he went to where Dion was. And so it was never about him going to the best team and doing that. He wanted to elevate where he was at. So it feels like he's not going to be a guy to go after. And so I think for Cleveland, that's a great pick. I think that makes a ton of sense for them on both sides of the ball. You bring in a really star, recognizable name and player to help bolster where, even if you take somebody else at that pick and you can go and think you get, another top end, you could take Abdul Carter. I don't know if Abdul Carter has the name value of a Travis Hunter that when you draft him, immediately your fan base is going to be like, oh, we got the guy. We got the guy. Travis Hunter is him. And so I think if you can knock that one out of the park with Travis Hunter at 2, the Giants then go Shedeur Sanders at 3. They need a quarterback. That's who would be available. If you're not doing any trades, this feels like this would be somewhat of an inevitability anyway. You have to go ahead and take the second best quarterback if you're the Giants.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he would be a good fit there. That Dion and Shedeur would love to be in New York. So, that's certainly working for him. I'm with you. I don't see a scenario where the Giants can afford to pass on a quarterback just given what they have on the roster. I mean, maybe they're just all about embracing the tank and they want to have the number 1 pick next year and go after Arch Manning, but that'd be a really hard thing to sell to your fan base.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like, I know they were selling off part of the franchise to try and get some money to go get some players. You got a Malik Neighbors there already. This is also a coaching staff and general manager that feel like this is it. They're not getting a third year. They're not getting another year after this. If they tank again, it's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those guys feel like, hey, you got to take a swing now because we screwed up not taking Jaden Daniels. So our time is numbered anyway. Our days are numbered.
Yeah, definitely.
So
they're up
at
against
this
the wall.
point. Yeah, and so I think when you just look at it in that sense, they can't tank because they know there's no job security if they do. Because if you're the Giants ownership, why would you be okay with? Well, you screwed up multiple times, and now you're selling us on this dream that it's going to work eventually. You're like, no, you're going to have a new coach, you're going to have a new general manager, you're going to rebuild, and then you're going to do that with the new quarterback. But it feels like they're going to take a quarterback here. I think they could trade up for one as well. I keep thinking they could be the team that wants to go and get Cam Ward because they feel they like him better. And he might be a little bit better than with the offensive line they don't have. That Cam Ward might be a little bit better than Shedeur, who is more of a pocket passer. And you say, well, we want somebody that's a little bit more mobile. So let's go trade up and go get Cam Ward and let Shedeur fall a little bit further. This number 4 has Abdul Carter. This is one that's interesting because, again, I think Tennessee. I think you're probably right in that Tennessee would want to trade back and still take Abdul Carter. So in the no trade draft, they've already gone. They've already taken theirs. So Abdul Carter goes to the Patriots. That's a huge. If they get him, I think there's a lot of ways that the Patriots could go. But if you're able to get the best pass rusher in the league or in the draft, you go ahead and get him.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see the Patriots going offensive line. Yeah. Because I don't think Abdul Carter is going to be there at number 4. But if for some reason that ends up happening and this whole mock that we have here goes chalk from Klatt, then that would be a hell of a pickup from them for sure. I mean, that guy's a monster, an absolute monster, and they need help at the edge. They need help on the interior. as well. But, as we've seen with, in the past few years, having one of those those top tier edge rushers like a Micah Parsons or like a Myles Garrett and all that makes a huge difference. And you have to have that guy, and they don't have that guy right now. So that would be a massive, massive pickup for them.
We go down. Number 5, Jacksonville takes the first DB off the board. Will Johnson goes to Jacksonville. Number 6, the Raiders take another Michigan player in Mason Graham at defensive tackle. He has this one where a lot of people have them taking Ashton Janty here. A lot of people do, thinking that they're going to go now that they got Geno Smith, and if Shedeur is already off the board, it's time to get another weapon there to try and get the ball to. But they're going to say they're going to keep building up this defensive line after you paid Max Crosby. Help build up that defensive line and try and build an identity there. We know Seattle had some good defenses when Pete Carroll was there, so he may want to build up that identity a little bit more and kind of bring the offensive along slower. We can say J.K. Dobbins is still a name in free agency. I know he's hurt a lot, but there's still at least one reputable running back available. If you're the Raiders and you don't necessarily want to take one, it'd be interesting to see if he lands somewhere before the draft. That could tell you a little bit more about what the Raiders would do.
Yeah, and I could see the Raiders taking a running back later on as well, which would kind of clear the path for this.
Yeah,
this kind of a move. I'm just happy that a Michigan defensive tackle is off the board. But the Raiders are a team that they're very interesting because it feels like they're a couple of pieces away from competing to me. Like now they have Geno Smith. They have a quarterback that he's not a superstar, but he's a good quarterback and he can win you some games. They need a running back. They need to replace, some bodies at receiver. They probably need some secondary help, but getting a guy like Mason Graham or, somebody of that mold in that slot would be very big for them because you got to shore up the middle of that defense next to Max Crosby.
Number 7, we get the Jets taking the first tackle off the board with Will Campbell. No big surprise there. Jets need to shore up that offensive line still. Panthers take Georgia edge Jalen Walker, and right behind them, the Saints take Georgia edge McCall Williams. 2 Georgia edges going back-to-back in that draft. And at number 10, Chicago Bears finishing out that offensive line rebuild with offensive tackle Kelvin Banks. So Texas gets their first player off. Joel Klatt, who has watched a lot more college football than a lot of these NFL guys, he knows what Kelvin Banks is and says, I'm not buying this Kelvin Banks slip thing.
No,
and he's still the second best.
And this is the pick in this draft that makes me really hammers to me that Klatt knows what the hell he's talking about. Because neither you or I have understood this Kelvin Banks sliding thing at all. You and I have both been on the, standing on the soapbox that he's probably the best tackle in the draft, at least number 2 tackle in the draft. This would be a heck of a pickup for the Bears. I don't know, man. I don't understand the train of thought that Kelvin Banks is not a top 10 player. I don't even get it. So
I don't get that he's not a top 3 offensive tackle. That one is also crazy to me.
Yeah,
he's been the 4th offensive tackle.
He's been the best tackle in America for 3 years straight, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, even as a true freshman, he was one of the top tackles in America.
And then they went to do the measurables, and he's measured out better than Will Campbell. So, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, the Texas Pro Day is on next Monday, I believe. So we'll see what everybody does at Texas Pro Day and what the reports are out of that. But this is I like that he goes with Chicago and Kelvin Banks here. This feels like I don't think he slides past here. This is where I think his slide ins for Kelvin Banks every time. I know some people have him, 2 more tackles going before him, and he falls much further. I don't see that unless there's something they all know that we don't. Just game film and watching him play tackle, he's the best tackle in this draft. Number 11, the 49ers, they take Texas cornerback Jahdae Barron. He has 2 Texas guys going back-to-back here. This is an interesting one. There's a lot of pieces they need to figure out in San Francisco. DB's one of them, and you bring in somebody who's extremely versatile. We know that's something that Shanahan is very big on, especially in the offensive end, but even on the defensive end. Bring me in guys who are versatile and can do a lot of things for me. That is Jahdae Barron. So I think it makes a fit for John Lynch and this team for the 49ers to take Jahdae Barron. They may go a different route. There's a bunch of different ways that the 49ers could go here, but this is still a great pickup for them if they take him 11.
Yeah, I think Jahdae Barron's one of those players that can fit anywhere that he goes. I mean, he's that versatile. He's, for my money, the top corner in the draft. I can see the argument for Will Johnson just being a lockdown corner on the other side, on one side of the field. You take that entire side of the field away. But for my money, just everything that Jahdae can do is, it's kind of sets him apart. If this happens and Banks goes number 10 and Barron goes number 11, it will be the first time since Mike Williams and Quentin Jammer went number 4 and number 5 that two Texas players have gone back to back in the top 15, or two Texas players have gone in the top 15. So, and those guys went back to back back in the day when the Mac Brown era was at its height. So that would be really cool to see. I'm a big fan of Jahdae. I think that he's going to be tremendous, really, really anywhere he goes.
Then we get to the Dallas Cowboys at pick 12, and he has running back Ashton Jeanty coming off at this point. Not hugely surprising. He puts out there that basically the interesting point for him was a lot of people have Ashton Jeanty going before him. He's like, I don't think they do because there's a lot of running backs in this draft. It's a pretty running back deep draft. So Ashton Jeanty could be a top 5 pick in other drafts, top 10 pick in other drafts. If there's only really one running back or only 2 running backs and you got to get it, I think there's only 2 first-round running backs, but there's a lot of good running backs with a lot of with high potential. So, you don't necessarily have to take one here. The Cowboys taking Jeanty with all the other moves they've done is not hugely surprising. I'd probably still take a wide receiver over Jeanty and try and get a running back later. I may take an interior offensive lineman and try and get a running back in the second round, but I can understand why you would go Ashton Jeanty here.
Yeah, absolutely. What really hurt my heart so far in this mock draft is that neither of those Georgia edges are there. That's where I would really like to see the Cowboys go, honestly. The more that I've thought about it, I'd love to see a wide receiver as well. I like Omarion Hampton. I like some of these other running backs that are going to be available later. So I don't think that the Cowboys need to necessarily go this route. Now, if they do, I'm not going to be upset about it because I've watched this guy plenty of times. He has star power. He has the ability to lead an offense and be that bell cow back. I just don't think that, the Cowboys necessarily need to dive that deep and go spend that much money on one.
No, I'm with you there. I will throw in we'll skip ahead to number 20. Number 20, the Denver Broncos got the pick, and they go ahead and take Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden. This is one he basically says they would have taken a tight end here, but they did sign Evan Ingram, so now they can focus on getting a wide receiver. And Matthew Golden's going to be a hell of a wide receiver in the NFL. Putting him in a Sean Payton offense, it feels like he could be really good.
Yeah, who going into the NFL Combine thought that Matthew Golden was going to run the fastest 40 at the Combine for a wide receiver? I didn't. Yeah. I knew he was fast.
No, I didn't think he was going to be the fastest Texas player.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be Isaiah Bond. I could have seen Isaiah Bond being the fastest guy at the Combine for a wide receiver. Golden was not on my list for that. I knew he was fast, but that number alone probably set him apart as the number 1 wide receiver in the class. I think he's going to be so awesome in the NFL. I really do. He's so smart. He's so reliable. He runs such good routes. He can catch anything. You've seen him be the go-to guy. It just, everything about this pick makes so much sense to me. The only other wide receiver in the first round that I could really see, competing with him for this spot is McMillan from Arizona. And I would be happy with either one. But if I'm sitting there and I see both of those guys, just based on what I saw Matthew Golden do in the college football playoff alone,
yeah,
I'm going with them.
And McMillan, he had going 18 to Seattle. So when pairing him, but I don't know if they're going to, now they got Cooper Kupp, you already have Jackson Smith and Jigba. I don't know if you need to get another first round wide receiver there.
Yeah, that's a little questionable. Especially
maybe he started doing this before the Cooper Kupp went out. He just didn't change it.
That's what I'm thinking probably happened. He probably submitted this on what, Thursday or something, or like had his script for his show up, already. And this is what I'm going to talk about. And he saw that happen. He was like, grr. All right, I'm just going to stick with it. We're just going to ride with it.
Yeah, so that's a piece. I mean, they did get rid of 2 wide receivers, so maybe they want to replace it. Maybe they want to have 3 still. Would be the thought, because they got rid of him and they got rid of the other the guy's been there forever.
Tyler
Lockett, yeah. Then we go down, and unfortunately for the Texans in this draft, they have Armand Mimbo, the kid from Missouri. He goes 21, and at 23 goes Josh Simmons. So Texans take Josh Connerly out of Oregon, get another tackle, but they say 4 tackles have been off the board by this point. So Texas falls all the way to the 5th tackle. That would not be the best thing in the world. That makes we want to believe, if you're the Texans again and you see 2 come off, you probably want to start trying to make that phone call and get one of those other guys.
Yeah, I will say that I have seen Connerly going much higher than this. Yeah. So maybe there is a school of thought there that for the Texans, that if he is there, that they're totally fine with it. I would probably like to see them be more aggressive though, and maybe pick up, trade up for the kid from Missouri, because I think that he could play inside or outside. But Josh Simmons would be great. They have this Ohio State thing in recent years, so they're probably a little bit more interested in that. But Connerly's a good player. I think that he would be very good in Houston. I would just be like I said, I'd be very surprised if they didn't move up.
Yeah, and I'll just throw this one in there for you, since you're an Ole Miss guy. The Eagles got Ole Miss got Walter Nolan at 32 in this draft. Does that feel right to you?
I think he's going to go higher than that personally.
No, but the Eagles falling into another really good player.
That's it. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that so much. I also hate that it's another Ole Miss guy that I really, really like that's going to the Eagles, because they already are killing me every week watching AJ Brown catch touchdowns, because he's my favorite Ole Miss player of all time. And now you got to go, now the Cowboys have to go up against Walter Nolan. I would hate that. I would absolutely hate that.
No, that's every time you look down at what the Eagles get in every draft, and it's like, and then there's this guy that falls to them and he turns out to be an all-pro and the rest of the league gets screwed again because and that's what happens though when you can always draft best player available. It helps out if you can always draft best player available, because you get some really good players fall into your lap. I do want to hit this real quick in the NFL before we move on and talk about some other things. I do want to bring up the news of Aaron Rodgers and now that all these teams are waiting, because we've seen basically the quarterback market settle a little bit more. There's now really 2 teams that need a quarterback still, and that's the Giants and the Steelers. And then Minnesota has been in this, that they're not sure JJ McCarthy, coming off an injury, is really going to be ready to be a starting quarterback, and they feel they can compete. So there's somebody who's interested in signing a veteran in Aaron Rodgers, but that whole situation feels weird too, because Aaron Rodgers, it feels like he'd rather go to Minnesota, which I get. You're playing with a really, really good wide receiver. And so maybe you think, well, this is set up to win. They have a good defense. They have all the things. I can go there and win games, and I don't have to do that much. The Steelers are up against it. Russell Wilson is also still available, but that's pretty much your 2 quarterbacks that you feel are available right now. They're maybe starting caliber still. Aaron Rodgers, 41 years old, though, so we don't know if he's going to be the guy that we used to know or the guy that he is now. The Giants are probably going to draft somebody, so they don't need it as bad. But they, you don't want to get screwed at 3, and you don't trade up and don't offer enough. And Cam Ward and Shedeur go 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you're at 3 with just that wide-eyed, like, no, this wasn't supposed to happen. And then, do we take Jackson Dart, or we just go? I mean, I don't know, because Jackson Dart feels a little bit like, maybe a better Daniel Jones, but still that same thing of like, you're really scraping this one, and this is taking a real wild shot that maybe this guy will be good enough to be a starter for the next 6-7 years. But at the number 3 pick, you can't miss like that a second time.
What'd be really interesting to me is if Rodgers went to the Vikings and he went Packers to Jets to Vikings, just like Brett Favre went Packers to Jets to Vikings. I think that would be great.
It would be the best, considering they didn't like each other.
Yeah, but I think that the Giants are the one team in this equation that their backs are so far up against the wall they almost would have to, if they don't get their quarterback early on, that they're almost going to have to try and take a shot here to try and save some face. And then, like, maybe you can make the excuse like, well, there wasn't anybody left that we thought we could win with, so we went with this guy because he can sell some tickets and all that kind of stuff. But if I'm the Vikings, and this works to the Steelers, or for the Steelers to some extent as well. If I'm the Vikings, I don't want to bring that guy in. I mean, he's just going to come in and try and run the show and change everything up and, play backyard football and do all those things that we don't want. We want to work within our system, and we were successful with Sam Darnold because Sam Darnold did his job and he learned the offense and he did what we told him to do. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to do that. I mean, he's one of the best quarterbacks of all time, but he's going to be a problem inside the building. He always is everywhere he goes. He's spending his offseason going on ayahuasca trips and, all these other things. Like it's just if I'm the Vikings, I just can't take the risk with the current roster that I have that this is going to be the guy that I go for.
Well, and two, it's like all these other guys have their own podcast. Aaron Rodgers was the guy to go, I'm going to go on a extremely popular podcast. So where Micah Parsons may talk for an hour every week, not as many people are going to see that. As I'm going to go on Aaron Rodgers, and I'll be on the worldwide leader in sports on ESPN, and I'll be blasted everywhere. And within 10 minutes of whatever I say, it is national news that whatever I've decided to do or whatever I've decided to say. So when I get upset about something or when I talk bad about a player or whatever, you can do all of those pieces. I don't. If I'm the Vikings, I stay away from it. I don't want to put that in there. I don't want to put that on JJ McCarthy either. Like, you go, no, I'd rather take a shot and figure that out and maybe, I'll get another backup in there and try and make another Sam Darnold out of somebody that maybe wasn't there. I mean, I may even call Trey Lance and see if take him in for a workout. He's a Minnesota kid. Yeah. So, like, hey, let's get him for a workout and see if maybe it was just we can figure something out with this guy. But, I mean, all of those pieces, I don't know. But this is what I also believe Aaron Rodgers could be waiting for. And I don't know if his ego will let him wait this long because he may need to figure something out. And he may want to be in the center of attention before then. But you could see Aaron Rodgers, because a lot of older guys don't necessarily sign as early because they don't want to do the OTAs. They don't want to do all the training camp. They want to come in late and just play football. It's a lot harder for a quarterback to do that. But I could believe Aaron Rodgers could sit there and say, I'm going to stay in game shape. And then when a quarterback gets hurt, because inevitably somebody will, I'll be available. And I'll be the guy to save your season. And now I don't have to play a full slate of games. I don't have to do training camp. I don't have to do all these other things that I don't really want to do. And I'll just show up where we practice twice a week, watch game film, and then I play 12 to 13 more games and try and win a Super Bowl and go out and say I was a savior, and then I can walk away from the game. That, I think, would be a very appealing to an Aaron Rodgers. And if you're a franchise, you maybe want to do that a little bit more because you feel, how bad could he screw it up when our quarterback's hurt, so our season's kind of over, so how much worse could it get if we get him, versus if you're the Steelers, you go, maybe we can get a quarterback. Maybe we'll take Jackson Dart in that first round if he falls to us, and we feel better about that than bringing in Aaron Rodgers. Or we'll take, Will Howard, or we'll take Quinn Ewers, or we'll take somebody and feel like we got anything we can go with, as opposed to what we know will be somewhat of a locker room cancer. And so it's like, I just, it's a really interesting world because he keeps doing it, and every year everybody knows what it is, but it's kind of like smoking. You're just like, I really need my fix. I need that quarterback, man. Just give me a drag. Just give me a drag of that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. This whole train of thought that you just went on just scared the hell out of me because I think you can see where I'm going with this.
Yes, I can.
If Dak Prescott gets hurt and you need some way to sell tickets because you didn't get a quarterback in the draft that you feel like, is going to put people in the stands, which they probably won't because it's going to be a second or third round pick, Jerry Jones bringing in Aaron Rodgers on a 1-year deal to finish out the season, to sell some tickets and get people in the stadium and make a media frenzy. It sounds like that could be a thing.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm cheering and hoping that Aaron Rodgers goes to like Cleveland or,
well, Cleveland's in that weird spot because they're playing chicken with Atlanta, who said we will pay millions of dollars to make sure you give us a draft pick for Kirk Cousins. We know what you want because you've called us and asked for Kirk Cousins multiple times. So we know what you want, and we want a better draft pick. And they keep thinking he's going to cut him, and they have not. They continue to use him, and they kept him past the deadline where I think they had to pay him like a $10 million roster bonus because he made it past a certain date that they could have cut him by. They said, screw it. We're keeping Kirk Cousins. We're doubling down on this bad decision we made a year ago, and we're not letting the Browns have him. And maybe Kirk Cousins is like, I will give you back the $10 million. Do not let me go to Cleveland, you guys. It's not cool, man. I don't want to go to the quarterback graveyard.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that either. But Aaron Rodgers will play football next year for someone. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
I just hope it's not in Dallas or some other team that I like. But this is another thing that's a red flag about Aaron Rodgers to me, and other quarterbacks to a certain extent too, because he's not the only one that's done it. But I don't want to bring in a quarterback that doesn't want to go through OTAs and mini camp and training camp and all that stuff. I just don't. I want him to get to know my guys. I want him to get to know my system. I want him to get to know my team and my culture and all that stuff. And like Aaron Rodgers is a break glass in case of emergency. Our quarterback got hurt week 14. We're 1 game away from the playoffs. We want to make it. Let's go take a flyer and see what happens, kind of a thing. I don't know.
Like if you're Buffalo and Josh Allen goes down, do you call? I mean, if he goes down week 4 or 5, and you're like, we just need somebody. Or
Who's
I mean, like,
do we know who their backup is?
I don't remember. I don't know off the top of my head. Actually, you know what? I've got it written down. I bet. Let me see if I've got my quarterback list up. Oh, Mitch Trubisky, I believe, is still there.
Well, yeah, I would rather ride with Mitch Trubisky than Aaron Rodgers. That's how not confident in Aaron Rodgers I am at this point.
I mean, I'm curious if you're the Bengals and Joe Burrow goes down again. Are you so desperate after handing out these gigantic contracts? They're paying their wide receivers now like close to $70 million combined. They are paying so much money for these wide receivers. And if Joe Burrow goes down again, do you call up Aaron Rodgers? Say, come on in. We're set up. We got players. Go. And now, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I may not want to go to a place where Joe Burrow gets hit every third play, but
so Joe Burrow, for my money, is probably a top 3 quarterback. I wouldn't want to bring Aaron Rodgers into that situation and just even put him in the building with Joe Burrow. But I also think that they're pretty comfortable with their backup, Brandon Allen. He's been there for a while. So, maybe that plays into it a little bit. But there's very few places when I start to think about it where I can see them, really considering Aaron Rodgers. It just – I mean, who else could do it? I mean, Seattle maybe.
But I don't think Seattle's a playoff team. Like if Sam Darnold goes down, you just go, all right, we're not going to be in the playoffs. That's fine. Like it has to be someone that's like, we've built up to this point.
Tampa Bay maybe.
The Eagles are an interesting one. If you were the Eagles and Jalen Hurts actually goes down and misses time. So we don't have anybody else, but we're a Super Bowl team. Like I just like those teams like that would be interesting to see if Aaron Rodgers tries to make a late run after one of these teams. And I think it's really plausible that he could be waiting for that. Now, his ego may be too much that he says, I cannot wait on the sidelines that long because if someone doesn't get hurt by week 2, the whole plan's off. And if no one calls me at that, and if it's a wrong guy who gets hurt and Jordan Love goes down, well, they're not calling me. And if they are, I don't have their phone number. You have to have his FaceTime at my house. They know that whole thing where he couldn't get the phone call, and they're like, "We're trying to get a hold of him." He's like, "You got to FaceTime me because I don't have my phone doesn't work in my house." Yeah, that's great. But I mean, there's just certain teams, or like if the Cardinals call him, he's like, "I don't want to go to the Cardinals." I don't want to do that.
Well, he would be near the desert, so his offseason plan would work out okay there.
Yeah. And I mean, the other one that you always look at is if the 49ers, that's really that would be his dream. Is if the 49ers, if Brock Purdy went down early, like, put me in, coach.
I could see Aaron Rodgers and Kyle Shanahan butting heads just a little bit, though.
Oh, really? You think?
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, who's butted heads with almost all of his players by now?
Yeah.
You think maybe they might have a little problem going at each other? Yeah, I would say that is it's an interesting piece. But yeah, I'm curious to see, because there are two teams that desperately need a quarterback right now. The Vikings are a team that would like to have one. The Vikings could still go Russell Wilson as well, though. Vikings could say, we just don't want to deal with that. Let's bring in a Russell Wilson. We feel like we've got enough going on that we'd be able to make it work. But there's just not a lot of quarterbacks that are still available right now. If you look at, Jameis Winston is probably one of the other ones. Joe Flacco. I mean, that's who we're talking about at this point. These are the guys. Mason Rudolph went back to the Steelers, so that's their quarterback right now is Mason Rudolph, which, I'm pretty sure he went back there because he went, I've got a shot to start at this place. If they screw this up enough, I may be a starter again and get another shot. But yeah, all these teams, it doesn't really feel. Jacoby Brissett's gone. Marcus Mariota's gone. Mac Jones went to the 49ers. Just surprising, that move. But I know Mac Jones, I guess it's not surprising because there was a whole Shanahan when he got Trey Lance, and the whole rumor was that he really wanted Mac Jones. But they basically talked him out of it and made him go for Trey Lance, and then neither one of those guys is still with the same team. Both guys have been traded. So so it makes sense that he was like, no, I wanted Mac Jones. I can make him work here. And if Brock Purdy gets hurt, or if Brock Purdy doesn't re-sign with us, and, we don't have that, maybe Mac Jones will be our guy then, and we'll salvage his career. So that one's not hugely surprising, but it is interesting to see what they do there. And what do they do in Jacksonville now? What do the Jaguars do if when Trevor Lawrence gets hurt? Because I don't know if anyone will overuse him as much as Doug Peterson did. That one always felt like, and I get players want to get back out on the field, but there were so many times that you would watch even last season where it was like Trevor Lawrence would go down and he'd be hurt, and then he'd be playing again next week. You're like, just sit him out for a week, let him get healthy, and then he would re-aggravate the injury, and he'd just have awful game after awful game because he was blatantly hurt out there playing. And you're like, just let him get better. And you're not competing for this division's awful. You're not competing. It's stop sticking this poor guy out there.
If there is one franchise that needs to be just nuked and start over as a new franchise somewhere else in some other city with a new branding, new team, new everything, Jacksonville's definitely in contention for that one. They are an absolute disaster. I feel terrible for Trevor Lawrence.
They want to be the first team in England. I know that Shahid Khan was very open to that, of having the team overseas and putting one over there. But I'm like, that once that happens, like, that team will be garbage forever, because no one is going to want to play there. Like, nobody wants to. I have to move my family to another country. Like that, I won't be around any of my friends or my family, and the people I move over there, that's who it's going to be. And I'm not really making any more money. I can make the same money here. I make $1 million less, but I have to do all these different pieces. I don't like you get players, but you're not going to get the stars. So I'm being, no, I'm not going over there. We see that in basketball. The Raptors are constantly having to basically trade for mid-level talent and then pay them over the top to get him to stay. The Brandon Ingram trade, they traded for Brandon Ingram, gave up a bunch for him, get him over there, re-sign him, pay him for too much money, that plays the same position as the star player that they re-signed and drafted in Scotty Barnes. They did all of that because they're just like, we can't get anyone to come to Toronto because no one wants to come and live in a different country and be away from their family and then have to learn the customs of another country and get paid in a different amount and all of that. And I get the money's still the same, but it's not, because it's all different. You're just living in a different world. And a lot of these guys, there's all these other teams that I don't have to deal with this. I'll go to one of them.
Yeah. And the only reason it works in hockey is because so many players are Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if they're not Canadian, that's why we had the four corners or whatever that was called, that those guys played against each other. And it worked because you have Canadians and you have other countries, for foreign players, it doesn't matter because you're already doing that to play here. So they don't mind it as much, but then you have to draft those right guys. They haven't done that, Toronto. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and wrap the show up. I don't know if we'll get into this other topic. We may push that back for tomorrow. So I'll figure out what we'll talk about here for the last couple minutes. If y'all have anything you want to talk about, we may go back to basketball. Throw it in the chat. Throw it in the text line. If you have anything you want us to hit it here in this last 10 minutes, I'm sure we'll find something to talk about for 10 more minutes, not burning a topic before we get to it tomorrow. But here's a quick word from our sponsors. Oh, and also a reminder before we go to that, reminder to check out the bracketology and your chance to get in to our Madness tournament. I know I can't say the TSU Bracket Madness Challenge. Go to our social media and follow the link to enter into that. The winner of that bracket is going to win a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV courtesy of our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. So make sure to go register to do that. Matt and I will be in it as well, so you can compete against us. And if I win, I'm sure I don't get the TV. So even when I win, the confidence I have, I don't know if I've ever won a bracket pool, but we'll go to that. Here's a quick word from our sponsors. We'll come back and wrap it up here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3. Dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there, what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a St. Patrick's Day. Hope everybody's getting out and getting ready to get your beer on and drink on. Maybe you did it yesterday, maybe you did it on Saturday, but if you're going out to celebrate, enjoying wearing something green and having some beers and listening to music you listen to once a year in Irish music and just having a good time. I hope you have a good time doing that and enjoy it. Tomorrow starts March Madness. We get the playing games starting tomorrow. Texas plays on Wednesday. That's going to be a lot of fun. We go. So this is what we'll go with here for the last 5 minutes, Matt, unless you have something else. News coming down from Shams that Paul George received injections in his left adductor muscle on his left knee on Monday. Has been ruled out for the rest of the season. The Sixers are in full tank mode. Paul George and Joel Embiid both out for the season. Cap space tied up. Matt, which fan base has it worse right now? The Mavs or the Sixers?
Oh, the Mavs, 100%.
Really?
I feel bad for the Sixers because, you're stuck with Paul George, who is the most underperforming superstar in the NBA. But yeah, I mean, it's the Mavs. It has to be the Mavs because you lost your golden boy. You lost your city's hope for everything in sports. He's gone. So
but they're getting Kevin Durant next year. That's the rumor now, right?
Listen, I've been following the Mavs my entire life. There is always a rumor in the offseason they're going to go out and get some kind of a star the next offseason. It never happens. The times it does happen, most of the time it doesn't work out, like Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, it worked out with Kyrie, but now he's hurt, so it is what it is. It's funny that you bring this up because my buddy just sent me a meme on Instagram from The Onion, and it says, let me pull this up real quick. It's a picture of a Mavs guy, like a guy with like a Mavs logo over his face, and it says, "Man who thought he lost all hope loses little bit of hope that he didn't even know he had left." That's what it's like being a Mavericks fan right now.
I feel like that's what I say. I think Philly's the same way, is that the Paul George, and you're like, well, maybe that'll work. And then Embiid was just kind of hurt, so he wasn't playing as well. And now, he's out too. We're just calling it up. And Maxi's our only guy, and the only guy we really should have kept. And Daryl Morey's not this great general manager. I'm sure he's a nice guy that everybody likes, but he's not that great of a general manager. And he just gave all these gigantic contracts out, and they're all hurt all the time. I mean, look, I just look for the Mavs next season. Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis. What could go wrong? Those guys are healthy all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a guy who really likes Kevin Durant, he's not Kevin Durant anymore.
No. I mean, if you got him for the right price, then he'd be great to have. But if if you're paying him $40 million and you gave up, 2 first or whatever else, unprotected or whatever you have to give up to get him, that is a bad trade.
Yeah. Or like if you trade Luka Doncic for one future draft pick, that's probably not going to be very good because you're trading him to the Lakers, who are, I don't know. If you're hinging your hopes on having a good season on a roster that's made out of glass, and the idea that you're going to bring in some aging superstar that is not the same player he used to be, who's also hurt all the time, and who has been brought into other franchises to put them over the top, like, Brooklyn and Phoenix, and then they just got worse. That's probably not great. That's why for me, it's definitely the Mavs that win this debate. You feel good about having Embiid on your roster at least, even though it seems like he's never healthy. But it does suck being a Sixers fan. Don't get me wrong.
The reason why I really feel for Sixers fans is because they had the whole trust the process nonsense for so long, where they were like, guys, just wait. We are about to have the best players. We have Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. Those guys are going to be running this franchise for years, and they're just missing on like Fultz and all this other stuff. Everything that they have gone through. Then you have the James Harden era, where that's supposed to be the big fix for it, and nothing. And it just over and over again, you trust the process, and the process is ending now with we are going to be insanely cash strapped, tied to 2 guys who are probably never going to play more than 40 games in a season.
Yeah, and they also picked Jahlil Okafor, number 3 overall. So that didn't work out.
That process.
It's brutal for them. I see where you're coming from, but
I feel like
maybe I'm
yours is still a little bit more fresh. Because you were in the finals last year. Everything was going hunky-dory last season, and then it went to a crashing halt. These guys have been suffering for a while, and every time they start to get up there, Embiid gets hurt again. And so I feel pretty bad for them. But they're Eagles fans too. Screw Philly. So
yeah, I don't have any sympathy for people from Philadelphia whatsoever.
By the way, cheap steaks are overrated. I'll keep saying it forever and ever. If I want to get bread, meat, and cheese, I'm going fajitas 100. They're so much better, like 1,000,000% better. And so fajitas are just better than, and I'm always going to look at them the same way. So yeah, no, cheesesteaks are overrated. I'm never going to go for it.
I love a good cheesesteak. I tend to agree with you though. There's a good burger beats a good cheesesteak any day of the week.
There you go. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow with more Open Gym. Appreciate everybody who joined us on the text line, on the chat. We'll be back to talk more about what's going on, maybe get into a little spring talk for Texas football as we get a week away from spring practice. We'll see what NFL news happens, what keeps going on in the world. We'll get to it all here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. Have a happy St. Patrick's Day, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.